Hey everyone, my name is Apurv, and today we're going to be building this Spotify clone, right? This is built using NextJS, Tailwind, NextAuth for the authentication, and Spotify API. Because as you can see, all of the data inside this clone is actually from Spotify. So these are like the featured playlists. You can actually search for anything, and it's gonna show you top tracks, like a top result over here, artists, playlists, all of that good stuff. And you can actually open up these playlists and sort of scroll through all of these songs. You also have a list of your own playlists, right? So these are my actual playlists within my Spotify account, and I can actually open them up and play these songs as well. The player has like a play and pause button, and you can basically um, play all of these songs. We also have like, as you can see, we have all the artists for each song listed down over here. And if you click on any of these, you actually open up the artist page, right? And the artist page consists of their top tracks, like their most popular songs and related artists, right? So this is all that we are going to be building. And lastly, all of this is because all of this is actually connected to your Spotify account. It's actually working with a login with Spotify functionality, right? So if we log out over here, you can see that we can log in with Spotify, right? I'm gonna style this button up, but um, I'm already logged into my Spotify account over here in this browser, which is why it's gonna remember me and directly log me back in. But if not, it's gonna redirect you to the Spotify login page and ask you to enter your credentials. After that, you're gonna get redirected back to here where you can interact with the Spotify clone, play your songs, and do everything, right? So let's get started. Something I want to talk about over here as I set things up is I want to basically, the way I'm going to be doing this, it's not going to be a smoothly typed like coding video. I'm going to actually show you the process of finding out stuff from Google, finding out things from documentations, and actually picking up the relevant portions, pasting them in your code, tweaking it to make it work for your project, all of that real world stuff, right? So it's going to be exactly like a real world project. To start off, I'm gonna go into my terminal over here in my VS Code. What I'm gonna do is create a new next app, right? So I'm gonna do it with this command npx create next app with the tailwind flag over here. And what I'm gonna do is I'll just say something like Spotify 2, right? And I'm gonna press enter. We are not going to be using TypeScript for this one, and we're gonna leave everything else at default. And well, we're just gonna give this like 1 minute to set itself up. All right. So now what we can do is actually go into this directory, right? And I'm actually just gonna go ahead and open this in my VS Code, right? So as you can see, we have the typical Next.js starter um, project over here, right? We have the pages directory and the API directory inside of it. This will contain all of our APIs, right? And all of this is going to be all of our UI. We also have like a styles folder, a public folder, and because we used the Tailwind flag while creating this project, we have a Tailwind config already in place, right? So typically, if you do not use the Tailwind flag, you would have to set this up yourself. But Create Next app provides this convenient functionality, right? So we have everything set up. What I'm just gonna do is open up index.js, right? So this is the starting point. This is what shows up when you open up your app's URL. And I'm just gonna show that to you by running npm run dev, right? So now our um, our next app is hosted at localhost 3000. So I'm gonna go back over here, and as you can see, this is the starter um, page that Next.js gives you if you create a project like this, right? It even gives you a sort of header and links to some docs, but we are not really gonna be using any of this. So the first thing that I'm gonna do over here is get rid of pretty much all of this, right? Awesome. Now, I'll even get rid of these classes because we're going to be putting in our own classes, and I'm just going to delete all of this, right? So now we have like a blank page, which is a good starting point for us, right? Now, before we get started, like the first thing that we're going to be implementing is the login with Spotify button, right? And for that to work, we're gonna use something called NextAuth. So I'm just gonna type in NextAuth over here, and it's gonna give you, Google is gonna give you this, right? So NextAuth is basically one of the most convenient and secure ways of implementing any sort of login with X functionality, right? So if you go in their documentation, you're going to realize that you can, first of all, you can implement any sort of like OAuth um, authentication using this, but they also have like a bunch of built-in providers. So if you go and click on this providers section, you're gonna see a whole bunch, a whole list of um, apps that it has built-in providers for, right? So for example, you can implement login with any of these. Like you can do a login with Dropbox, a login with GitHub, a login with Instagram, login with Pinterest, a login with Spotify as well that we are going to be using. But it has this nice long list of all these providers that you can just use right off the bat, and we're going to be doing just that, right? First thing we're going to do is go into this get started section, right? So um, and we're gonna follow the instructions for the most part, but we are also gonna implement some extra bits, right? And I'm gonna show you just where we divert away from these instructions, but for now we'll follow these things, right? The first thing they want us to do is npm I nextauth, right? So this is exactly what I'm gonna do. Install NextAuth, and we're just gonna give it a second. Okay. Something else I'm gonna be using is node fetch, right? Because we're going to be interacting with a lot of APIs. And I like how the fetch API works, right? The browser's fetch API. If you want to do that on the backend, you're going to need this package, right? There are a bunch of alternative ways of doing this, but I really like the way fetch API works, which is why I like using this package node fetch over here. So I'm just gonna install this as well, right? I'm gonna go back to our instructions. So the first thing that you want to do is create a file called .nextauth.js, and this is gonna be placed inside Pages API auth. So what I'm gonna do is go over here, create a folder called auth, and then I'm gonna create a file with the exact same name, right? Next, I'm just gonna copy this starter snippet over here and paste it, right? And we're gonna start changing some things from here on. So first up, we don't need the GitHub provider. Instead, we need the Spotify provider, right? So I'm just gonna change this to Spotify provider, right? I'm gonna change this to Spotify provider as well. And as you can see, it takes in like two values. One of them is a client ID and the other one is a client secret, right? Where do these come from? Um, so there's like so if you sort of scroll down below, you're gonna get instructions for this. But what I'm gonna do just right away is basically sort of speed that process up. So what you wanna do, and this is gonna be like a there's gonna be a similar process if you're implementing any other login with something functionality, right? If you're implementing login with Google, it's gonna be somewhat similar. But what you wanna do is go on to the developer.spotify.com/dashboard, right? So this, I'm already logged in through my Spotify account. If you're not logged in, you're gonna be asked to log in. But once you're done with that, you're gonna arrive at this dashboard, right? And over here, you will be asked to create an app. Right, so you're probably not going to be seeing anything over here. I've already created like 3 different apps for testing the API out, but you'll probably see an empty list over here. What you can do is just go over here and say Spotify 2, right? You can add any app name and description. I'm just going to say educational Spotify Club, right? And over here, I'm gonna add localhost 3000, right? This is gonna be, at least during the development process, this is gonna be my URL, right? Once you deploy this, like once you're done developing this, I'm gonna show you how to deploy this to Vercel, and at that point, you're gonna change this to the Vercel URL. If you have a domain in mind, you can actually change this to that domain as well. There's another thing that you're going to need, and that is going to be a redirect URL. And if you're using NextAuth, right, you're gonna be appending like whatever your base URL is, you're gonna be appending /API auth/callback, and then the provider name over here, right? And we're gonna see where all of this is coming from, but for the moment, I'm just gonna click I agree with terms and conditions and click save. Right, so now we're here and we basically have like this dashboard for the app that we created. Now I want to go into settings, and over here you see that we have this client ID. So what I'm going to do is copy this client ID and go back to my code. And what we want to do, as is suggested by the template code as well, is we want to put these values inside an environment file, right? So I'm going to go over here, create a new file called .env.local, right? Now I'm gonna say Spotify client ID, paste in this value, right? Just close this pop-up, go back over here. Now, there's also this little button over here that says view client secret. Now, this is an educational build, and I don't really care about my client secret being publicly visible, right? But in your app, you would never want your client secret to be visible anywhere, right? Which is why they sort of like they don't show it to you right away. You have to click over here and then it becomes visible, right? And I'm gonna copy this up and paste it over here. Keep in mind that when you're working on like production ready apps, you're gonna want to keep your secret um actually secret, right? Like you don't want it to be visible anywhere. You definitely don't want this to be committed to GitHub, which is something already being taken care of by the .getignore file. I'm gonna paste my secret over here. Now I'm gonna go back over here, right? So there's like a bunch of things that we are going to need on top of this, but we're going to get to that in just a minute. So I'm going to save this file now, right? And we can go over here and we can say, hey, this is my Spotify client ID, and this is my Spotify secret, right? And we are going to be adding another parameter over here called um, authorization, right? And the reason we are adding this is because it allows us to configure the permissions that we are going to be asking our users for when they log in through Spotify. So the moment you log in through your Spotify account, it's going to show you a pop-up that says, hey, um, this app is asking for permissions to be able to view your playlist, view your email address, um, change your playback state, things like that, right? And there's going to be like a large agree button over there that the user will have to click, right? Now, the permissions that we are going to be asking for are um, basically going to be defined over here, right? Um, and we're basically going to be adding the list of those permissions within the login URL, right? Now, how this is going to work is for like the actual list of scopes, what I'm going to do is instead of like typing them out one by one, because we already have like a build available, I'm just going to go over here in my build, go over to auth, um, NextAuth, right? And I'm going to copy this, right? Okay, so what I'm doing over here is this is basically just a list of strings that we need um, that represent the permissions that we are asking our users for. Where do I get these strings from? Well, if you sort of go into the Spotify API documentation and if you click on any of the endpoints, right? For example, get um, let's say we're going to go to get current users playlist, right? It's going to tell you, it's going to give you this pop-up and it says authorization scopes and it's going to give you a string, right? So if you want to hit this endpoint, if you want to fetch the users playlist, you're gonna need permission for this scope, right? And because I've already been using a bunch of these API endpoints, I already have this list ready with me, but you could also add them one by one as you start using each of these endpoints, right? So we're over here, we're basically asking our user for their email address, which is pretty standard. We're asking permission to read their public and private playlists. We are also asking permission to read whatever they are currently playing in their Spotify and the ability to play and pause songs for them, right? So this is all we need, right? And now what I'm gonna do is basically add this param. I create this object over here, and the reason we are doing this is because we're gonna be creating our login URL using these params, right? And the way that works, so we can actually, I'm actually going to show you where all of this is coming from, right? So what you can do is you can go to getting started over here, right? And if I sort of, let me just look a little bit for something called OAuth, right? Authorization code. Okay. Right. So what's gonna happen over here is we need, so this is sort of an example of what the login URL should work like, right? So you have this. This is your base URL. So what I'm gonna do is add this over here, and then basically create. I'm gonna add this over here, right? Um, and what this does is it basically sort of it sort of combines this URL with like all of these scopes um, in like a URL friendly manner, so that like all of these are like query parameters, right? So the query is the query that we are particularly interested in is called scope, and it's going to have like all of these comma separated, right? And this is just like a nice little way of doing of creating that login URL, right? So once you're done with this, um, we're gonna need, so we can actually, so there's a comment over here that should sort of suggest you, hey, you can add more providers over here if you want, if you want your users to be able to log in through something else. But for now, we don't really need this. We're gonna go ahead and add some more things to these auth options, right? The first thing I'm gonna add is called a secret, right? And this again is gonna come from our environment variables. We haven't defined this yet, but I'm gonna do it in just a second, right? So what we want is a variable named JWT secret, right? And what this is gonna do is um, it's gonna, so what happens when you log in through your Spotify account is you get back some tokens, right? These tokens allow you to interact with the Spotify API and shows Spotify that, hey, we are a verified user, right? Now, all what we want to do in our build, right, over here is we want to basically keep the user in a logged in state, right? If they sort of refresh their tabs or close their tabs or something like that, we don't want them to be logged out, right? We want them to be logged in, as is the case with most other apps, right? In order for us to do that, we're going to have to save the access tokens, the refresh tokens, and things like that that we receive after our login inside the browser, right? And because um, these tokens are something that we shouldn't be saving inside the browser in like the raw format. We should be encrypting them because we don't want any malicious activity to happen because someone found out those tokens from within your browser, right? What we're going to do is encrypt all of that information before saving it within the browser. And the way NextAuth does that is by defining a JWT secret over here, right? And what 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 this variable should contain is ideally something really like long and secretive, right? So I'm just going to use this string, right? For now, I'm going to go back over here. So this is number one. The other thing that you're going to need is a pages thingy, right? So a pages object basically is used when you basically have a different route for your login page, right? In our case, the login is going to happen from slash login route. So, which means, for example, localhost 3000 slash login, right? And to indicate that to our next auth, we're going to add this inside our config, right? The other really cool thing that we are going to be adding over here is callbacks, right? Now, callbacks are a pretty cool thing, and I'm gonna explain what happens inside over here in just a second. Let's go back to the next auth and see if we are following through all of the stuff, right? Okay, so um, there's one step that I missed over here that I'm just gonna do. Say, um, as I mentioned, when you log in through Spotify, you're gonna receive some access tokens, right? And we're going to need those access tokens inside our front-end code to interact with the Spotify API, right? In order for that to work, we're going to have to do two things. One is wrapping our entire front-end code within this session provider, right? So what I'm going to do is copy this, go to pages slash underscore app.js. And over here, what I'm going to do is basically replace all of this with the code that they've given us, right? And all it's really doing is basically extracting out this session object from within the page props, right? And passing it to this session provider, right? and we're wrapping our entire application, like the rest of the application, within this session provider. What this allows us to do is we can go over here. So this is sort of like where we can do this anywhere inside our front-end code. For now, I'm going to demonstrate it over here. So what you can really do is you can get the value of the access token or any other piece of information for that matter that we received from the login through a use session hook. Now you can import this use session hook from NextAuth/React, and you can basically um, sort of extract a session object out of it like this, right? And now once you've logged in, you can actually access your access token um, by typing something like this, right? And we're going to be creating this session object ourselves. So don't worry if you're feeling confused. You're going to understand this in just a second. But what you need to know right now is that we've wrapped our entire application inside the session provider. It allows us to get the values of access tokens and other important stuff using this use session hook anywhere inside our front end code, right? So I'm just going to comment these two lines for now, right? And we're going to first implement everything required for this use session hook to work, right? So let's go back over here. And yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? They've written it down nice and clean within their documentation as well, right? So you're gonna have like this, you're gonna be able to access the user email, for example, by using the use session hook, right? I'm gonna go down, and this is yeah, this is something we're not gonna be needing right away, but we what we're going to be needing is this. So this is our this is the callbacks, right, within our NextAuth configuration. And this is what I was talking about, right? Like this is where we left off our configuration. We're over here, and what we're going to do is implement two callback functions, right? And the way this works is sort of like this, right? um let's actually go inside like the let's go inside the callbacks documentation over here, right? And it's going to show us, sorry about that, it's going to show us exactly how these two callbacks works, right? The documentation is actually pretty neat, which is why I'm walking you through all of this so that you understand that, hey, I'm not writing all of this code like via memory or by copying it from somewhere else. I'm actually showing you where all of this code is coming from. You can actually go through documentation and find all of this out, right? And okay, so there's the first one that we're going to be implementing is the JWT callback, right? Now, this callback is called whenever a JSON web token is created, and it's created either at sign in or whenever a session is called inside the client side code, right? So what we're going to be doing over here is like two, we're going to be dealing with like two different things. Number one, when the user signs in for the first time, this variable, right, like this object account is gonna have some values. In all other cases, this is gonna be undefined, right? Like if, for example, if the user is already signed in and we are like somewhere in our front end code, we are trying to access the session object, the JWT callback, within the JWT callback, the account object is going to be undefined, right? So this is the case of our first sign in, right? And the other thing that you need to know about JSON, about like JWT callback, is that the returned value will be encrypted and stored inside a cookie, right? So we basically, what we do over here is you get a token object and we add the access token received over here within the token object, right? We're also going to add a couple of other things. So we're going to do is say account dot refresh, token. And the other thing that we're going to be doing over here is just say account dot access token expires, and we're gonna just say expires at, right? How do we know we get these values out of it? We can actually check what happens when we do an authentication flow within the Spotify documentation, right? So what happens is you basically when you request an access token, you get the following values, right? You get an access token, you get a token type, you get some scopes, you get a refresh token, and I'm gonna explain that in just a second, right? And we basically get this expires in value, right? Um, okay, so the main thing that you need to know over here is that every access token has an expiry um, date time value, right? So an access token is provided at the first sign in, right? It's going to be valid for some time period, typically like an hour. And after that, that access token is going to expire. So you are not going to be able to use the same access token to interact with the Spotify API in any way, right? Um, but we want our users to be logged in pretty much forever till they decide to log out, right? So we don't want this access token, we don't want an expired access token inside our code, right? And this is where refresh token um, comes into picture, right? Um, so what refresh token does is you can actually, so Spotify gives you like another endpoint where you can send your refresh token and basically get back a new access token, right? A new access token that's going to be valid basically for the next 1 hour, as you can see from over here, right? Now, um, so this is basically what we're going to be dealing with. Like what we want to do is store the access token and the refresh token and the expiry value um, inside the cookie, right? And for that, we are going to be using the JWT callback, right? So this is like the case where we are first signing in, and what we're going to be doing is we'll store these values in, right? And what we'll do over here is because this callback is going to be, so this is just the case where we can actually, what we can do over here is just say return token over here and this case right here. But what's going to happen over here is this is the case where the user is signing in for the first time, right? In the other cases where the front end code is trying to get the value of an access token, right? What we want to do is first check if the access token is valid or not. If it's not valid, if it has expired, we want to refresh the access token and essentially store the refreshed value back into the browser, right? So the way you can do that is by simply checking, is by simply comparing like the current date time um, with the access token expires, and we're gonna multiply that by 1,000 because this is in milliseconds. And if this is less, we can literally just return the token as it is, right? Because access, this is the case where access token is has not expired, right? If it has expired, what we want to do is not return the token right now. What we want to do is refresh the access token, pass in the token over here, and we're going to implement this function in just a bit, right? So basically this is the case, access token has expired, And in this case, we're just going to refresh the access token and send it back for storage, right? The other callback that we are interested in is called session callback. So session callback actually creates the session object that we access, that we sort of access inside our front-end code, right? Using the use session hook. So what we do over here is pretty simple. It also actually like gives you a decent idea with their template code comment right over here. What you want to do is like send certain properties from the token that you stored over here to the client, right? For example, the access token over here, right? So it basically says, hey, take the access token from inside the token object and assign it to session.access token, and basically it's gonna be and just return the session object over here, right? So I'm just gonna keep this as it is, and yeah, this is sort of like these are like the two callbacks that we're really interested in. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna define an async function, refresh access token. It's gonna take in the token object over here. And over here, we want to write the code for refreshing access to. Right. Cool. So what I'm going to do over here is go back to the Spotify documentation. And over here, we were looking earlier at like just requesting an access token over here, right? Like, and what we can do is that they're also given like a way to request for a refresh access token, right? And over here, they've actually given you like an example of how you can do it, but we're just gonna write it. We're gonna make the same request in like our own way. What we're gonna do is this is the endpoint that you wanna hit. So first up, we're gonna say response is await fetch, and over here I'm gonna import fetch from the node fetch package that we installed earlier, because this is all happening in the backend. This is not happening on client side, so you don't actually have the browser's default fetch API with you. All right, I'm gonna paste this over here, and this is going to be a post request, right? So method post, and we're gonna have some headers over here. So I'm just gonna go back, and what I'm gonna do is copy this entire header, right? I'm gonna paste it over here. So what this is saying is, hey, what you wanna do and what you wanna essentially put inside your header is like this authorization string. It's gonna consist of basic plus basically the client ID and the client secret over here, and we're gonna just replace this with Spotify client ID and process.env.Spotify secret, right? And the other thing that you're gonna want to do is basically send in these two pieces of data. And for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say um params is new URL search params, right? Params dot append. I'm just gonna add grant type over here, and the grant type is basically this, right? And I'm gonna append refresh token, which is token dot refresh token, right? Because we had actually added token dot refresh token over here, right? So we can get this value over here, and over here what I'm gonna do is just say body params, right? So this does half the job. Now we're gonna say const data is await response dot JSON. And if you sort of look at over here, it basically gives you back this, right? Like this is basically what you get from this request, right? It's gonna have like a new access token. It's gonna have like all of this stuff. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna return something over here, right? So what we are expecting out of this function is a refreshed access token object. So I'm just gonna create that object over here. I'm gonna say, hey, um, access token is gonna be data dot access token, right? This thing. I'm gonna say refresh token. So this is something that doesn't happen always, but sometimes the refresh token gets rotated as well. So in that case, you actually get back a refresh token. If not, we'll just uh, add the same value that we already had, right? The other thing that we're gonna need is access token expires, and what it's gonna look like is data.now plus data dot expires in. This has this value, right? Like 3600 seconds, which is 1 hour, and we're gonna multiply it with 1000 to make it in milliseconds, because this gives us basically it returns the number of milliseconds, right? So we're gonna add that over there, and this gives us back the refresh token, and all this is sort of done, right? So this is all the configuration that you need from NextAuth, and trust me, this is like a really convenient way, like a really convenient way of implementing all of the login and all of the authentication functionality over here, right? Now what I'm gonna do next is create the login page. So we're gonna go to pages and create login.jsx, right? I'm gonna fill this up with some template code. And what we want to do over here is say class name. I just want things to look a little bit neat, which is why I'm gonna add some utility classes from Tailwind over here, right? So I'm just gonna say justify center. What this basically means, if you're not familiar with Tailwind, is Tailwind gives you all of these really convenient utility classes, right? And you can actually hover over them and see what they represent. So if you're adding flex, it's going to basically add this CSS to this div, right? So it's going to say, hey, this is this display flex, align item center, justify content center, right? So you don't really have to write all of those things, all of that CSS code by hand. You can just use the appropriate um, utility classes from Tailwind, and these utility classes are really intuitive, by the way. So it feels the developer experience is really good when you're writing code with this, right? What I'm gonna do is create a button, say login with Spotify, right? And over here, what I'm gonna say is we need a sign in function, right? Now, where is this coming from? So we're gonna go back over here to our getting started page, and we're gonna go a little bit down, right? So we've already we're through with this step, and we are over here with our login button, right? And it basically says, hey, you can import this function, right, from NextAuth. So this is exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna get rid of this and this because we don't have a sign out button and we are not using the session object over here. Right now, over here, we need two things. One is the provider name. It actually shows up like this list over here, and you can literally just select Spotify, right? And what you wanna, the other thing that you probably wanna add over here is an object that has a callback URL, right? And we're just gonna set the callback URL to the base URL. What this means is once the user is done with their Spotify login, you want them to come back to this route inside your app. And what that means is they're gonna come back to index.js, right? So this is where they're gonna end up in. So we are through with these things. All right, I'm gonna save this And we need one other thing, right? Sorry. So, um, we're through to this, but the one thing that we haven't added over here is we're going to need this nextauth underscore URL as an environment variable, right? So I'm just going to copy this over here. This is sort of like the last part of configuring nextauth, right? And I'm going to replace this with just localhost 3000 and save this, right? Now we can go to our terminal and run our project by using the npm run dev, right? And we are through with this. What I want to do over here is close this, go back over here and go to the slash login route, right? Over here you can see a login with Spotify button. Okay, for some reason we don't have like the Tailwind classes getting applied over here, but we're gonna get to that in just a second. For now, I'm gonna click this, and as you can see, it redirects me to accounts.spotify.com, right? With like all of these scopes. So this is what becomes of the login URL that we were trying to use. And these scopes basically fill in the data that is being displayed over here. So what this says is, hey, um, this app Spotify 2 is trying to basically get access to the following. It's gonna get access to your email, to your name, username, how many followers you have, etc., the content that you're playing, playlists you've made, etc., etc., right? Like you can click agree, and it's gonna sort of like it's going to log you in, and you're going to be inside, you're going to get back to the callback URL that we defined over here, right? The callback URL was just the base URL. So we are over here at index.js, which is pretty empty right now, but we're going to change that in just a second, right? So this is where the magic starts happening, right? Now that we have logged in, what we can do is we can actually use this session object, right? And we can use this session object to interact with Spotify API to get all sorts of data and to play songs and things like that, right? So what I'm going to do over here, just to show you how this works, is I'm going to define like a state. I'm going to say this is like X use state. I'm going to import this from React. I'm going to say this is blank for now, right? And I'm also going to define a use effect, right? And this is going to be dependent on the session object. So, and the reason we are doing this is because session object on the first render does not have anything over here. So we're going to go over here and we're going to say if session object and like this is there, I want to put our access token inside the state, right? And what we're gonna do over here is we're just gonna say, hey, um, access token, and we're gonna just say X over here, right? Access token access token is not defined. Oh, sorry. Session dot access token. And over here, we can see that we have our access token over here. And we can use this access token to actually interact with the Spotify API. I'm just going to show you that in just a second before moving on. So we're going to go over here and we're going to select this one, right? Like get current users playlist. So the way this works is first up, you're gonna have to pick the endpoint that you need. So for now, I need the playlists, right? So I'm gonna use this endpoint, and what I'm gonna do, um, first up, so I really like using async awaits as opposed to like the then callbacks, which is why I do it this way, right? So I just define an async function over here, put all of this inside, and call this function inside useEffect. So this is how you use async functions inside useEffect, by the way. What I'm going to do over here is I'm going to say const response is await fetch and this endpoint. Okay, I'm going to have to copy this again. Copy, paste, And over here, we're going to define some headers, right? So this is exactly, this is where you need your authorization. Um, this is where you're going to need your access token for authorization purposes, right? So we're going to define this header. It's going to contain authorization, which equals bearer space and access token, right? And we're just going to say data is await response dot JSON, right? And now what we're going to do is I'm also going to just store all of this just to show you guys. We're not going to be using this code after a minute, but I want to show you how this authentication really benefits us, right? So I'm just going to say like playlist set playlist, right? And I'm gonna define a state which is initialized with like an empty array. Now I'm gonna say what we're gonna go back to Spotify's documentation, and what we're gonna do is check what the response looks like. So if you go over here, you can see that the response consists of like these things, right? It's gonna have like an href limit, etc., etc. But what we're really interested in is items, right? So items is gonna contain basically these objects that represent the playlist, right? So what I'm gonna do over here is I'm just gonna say set playlist to data dot items, right? And now what I'm gonna do over here is I'm gonna put this inside one div, and over here I'm just gonna say playlist dot map. So we're gonna iterate over each playlist, and we're gonna display all the playlist names, right? So what I'm gonna do is playlist.id, because each playlist has an ID over here. So we'll just use that for our key. Here we'll just say playlist.name, right? We're gonna go back over here, and as you can see, these are my actual playlists from my Spotify account, right? We can go over here and you can see these are my playlists over here, right? This is the actual Spotify app, and these are like my actual Spotify playlists. And we have actually received all of their data from the Spotify API using this access token, right? And the way we got this access token was by logging in through Spotify, right? So this is the magic of NextAuth. This is how the rest of our application is gonna work, right? Okay, so now that we are through this, what I'm just gonna do is I'm gonna fix the CSS first, and I think I know what's happening over there, because we have this global CSS file and it includes all of the Tailwind stuff. And something I believe I did over here was I import @styles dot global CSS, right? We have a global dot CSS file over here. This one has failed to compile. Okay, let me just check. For some reason, this is not showing up. Let me just check what happened over here, right? Okay, so we did have this over here, right? Um, and at this point, everything was working fine, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to NextAuth over here. I'm gonna copy this code again, and I'm just gonna replace this part, right? Go back. Okay, now we have like the Tailwind things applied. How do I know that? Because we can basically just go over here. And for example, over here, I can say flex column, right? So this sets flex direction to column, and say items center and give it like a width of 100%, right? And now you can see like, hey, this is all centered up right? So this is how Tailwind is working, and now we're good to go for the rest of the application, right? Um, okay. Bef Okay, so now the first thing that we're going to be working with is like the sidebar, right? So if you look at like the actual Spotify web app, there's this sidebar and there's like this main content and there's this player at the very bottom, right? The player is sticky. This also remains in place and all of this stuff is scrollable, right? So this is exactly how we're going to do it as well. And the way I like to do it is to divide this entire UI into these broader component and then go deeper into each component, right? The first one that we are going to be picking is the sidebar. Okay, so we can sort of like get rid of all of this stuff. This was just to show you how we actually get the value of the access token in our front-end code and use it to get some data from the Spotify API, right? Now I'm gonna get rid of this, right? And I'm gonna change this a little bit. So what I want over here is width is going to be 100%. This is going to be a flex box and we're going to give it a height of the screen and I'm going to want overflow to be hidden, right? And I'm going to set background to black, right? Over here, um, I basically, what I want over here is like a sidebar, right? That's the first thing. And the other thing that I want is basically like this main section, right? But this is gonna depend, this main section is gonna depend on where you are. So if you are inside the library, it's gonna look like this. If you're inside a search, it's gonna look like this. If you're inside a playlist, it's gonna look like this, right? So we're gonna have like this and this inside our main flexbox. I'm just gonna delete this. And over here, what I want is like the player, right? And this player is gonna have like sticky positioning. We're gonna give it bottom 0 and we're gonna give it like a height of 24, width full, and I'm just gonna turn it to some background. Okay, there seems to be one big error somewhere. Must have one parent element, right? Okay, so I'm just gonna wrap this entire thing over here. I'm gonna go over here and as you can see this is like the so this is gonna become like the sidebar. This is gonna be the main area. This is going to be the player, the one which has like this light, extremely light red background right over here. It also has this text, right? Now we're gonna build these into separate components, right? The way we are gonna do that is by going to the like the root of the directory and creating a folder called components. Right now inside components, I'm going to create a couple of files. One is going to be sidebar.jsx. The other one is going to be like a playlist view.jsx, right? And it's going to also have like a player.jsx to start with, right? Now sidebar is exactly what it says. It's going to have like a sidebar component, right? Which is gonna have like everything inside of this sidebar, right? Now, I'm just gonna add some template codes over here as well, right? So we are over here, and what I want to do first of all is I'm gonna give it like um, a specific width, right? So I'm gonna basically say like 160 pixels, right? And I'm gonna say what I want over here in this main flexbox is I want the sidebar to have like a fixed width and the rest of the content to basically grow into whatever is left of the screen, right? So I'm gonna give this like a fixed width. I'm gonna say grow 0, shrink 0, right? I'm also gonna give it like a height of the screen. I'm gonna make this scrollable in the y direction, right? Um, yeah, so we are through this, and I also want to add a couple of other things. So I want to say, I want to give it a border at the right side. Um, I'm gonna say this one has like neutral 800 color, right? Um, okay, yeah. The reason we can't see, by the way, all of this, I'm just gonna add sidebar over here, just so that we can show, right? I'm just gonna say this one has like a light gray text color, right? So this is here. Now what I'm gonna do is go back to my index.js file, and instead of this sidebar, I'm just gonna import the sidebar component that we just coded, right? So now as you can see, it has like a nice right hand side border over here and like gray text over here, and we're going to fill all of this up with like sidebar content. Right now what I want to do first, something I believe I yeah, so we're going to give this like a higher z index because the player is supposed to be on top of like all of the other content, right? So this is one thing. The other is we're going to go into sidebar and we're going to go over here and increase the width by quite a bit, right? So we're just gonna say something like this for now, right? So this looks pretty okay, right? Now, um, now that we're over here, what I wanna do is basically fill this up with a bunch of things, right? So first of them, it's gonna be like a Spotify heading. We're gonna replace this with an SVG later on, but for now, I'm just gonna write Spotify, right? And I'm also gonna do a couple other things over here. Um, okay, the first one is gonna be I'm gonna make this like a flex box, right? I'm gonna give it some horizontal padding, right? I'm gonna give it um, some vertical spacing as well, right? Um, okay, so now that we are over here, okay, this is weird, yeah. Now what I want to do over here is actually add in like a bunch of buttons, right? Like basically there's a bunch of items over here followed by a list of users playlists, and we're gonna be adding very similar items over here, right? So for the first set of items are these like a home, search, and your library over here. So we're gonna be adding that, right? But the way we're gonna be doing that is by using some icons, right? Like so we have these icons over here. What we will be using um, is something called hero icons, right? So hero icons is they're like a beautiful set of icons created by the makers of Tailwind CSS, and we're gonna be so you can actually search for anything over here and you're gonna get like a nice little icon in both solid and outline, and you can actually just directly copy the SVG as well as like the JSX over here. But in we what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna basically be using a package that they have for this, right? So what they basically have over here is um, they've created this nice little package over here, right? So what you can do is you can basically just run this in your project. I'm just gonna stop this npm install hero icons slash react, right? And what this allows us to do is basically import these icons in a very convenient format and just assign like Tailwind class names over here to resize it or change the color and things like that, right? So once you're over here, like you can basically, what we're going to be using is this, right? So we're going to be using mostly these icons, so the outline icons from this part of the package, and sometimes the solid icons as well, right? And they've actually given like a full list of icon names over here, just in case you're confused about like which icons to import. But for the most part, what we're going to be doing is we'll just say, for example, home. Okay, it's not importing it right away, but it's going to do that in just a second, right? So the first thing that you want to do, so I'm just going to do a command F and search for home, right? So we have like this home icon, right? And what we can do is we can do something very similar to this. So I'm just going to go on top and I'm going to say home icon, right? And I'm going to import it from the outline package. And now over here, I can just say home icon class name. I'm going to give it like height of 4. I'm going to give it a height of 5, width of 5, and I'm going to close this out, right? And what that does is it basically gets the icon, as you can see over here. We're gonna close this for now, and gets you the icon, right? It imports the icon, it puts it over here, and it's the color is gonna remain as the font color of like the parent object, right? Which in case is this light gray color, right? So this is how we're gonna be able to basically we're gonna be able to import icons similar to this and use them throughout our application, right? This also includes the play icon, the pause icon, like things like that, right? All right, so okay, so what we are gonna do next is go over here and I'm gonna just start styling some things up, right? The main thing that I'm gonna do over here um, is gonna be this, right? So let's start over here, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just remove this from the picture, this as well, and I'm gonna start adding some class names over here. So I'll just make this a flex box, align items center, right? Gonna give it some horizontal spacing, and what I want is I want on hover, I want the color to change to white, right? And if we go over here, we can see that this starts showing up like this, right? Um, Now what I'm gonna do is start putting in some more items over here, right? So the first one is gonna be I'm gonna put this inside some p tags, right? I'm gonna actually make this a little bit cleaner, right? So we have if we have all of this in place, now it starts looking a little bit better as well. And okay, so what I want to do first of all is I want to copy this and paste it a couple of times, right? So the second function that we are interested in is search. Third one is your library, right? Now what I'm gonna do is over here I want this building library icon, right? And as you can see, we can very easily import things, right? So over here, what we want is a magnifying glass icon. We can just import that, click save, go over here, and now we have something that's starting to look a little bit better, right? Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add like a horizontal line over here. What I'm gonna do for now is just make this invisible. We're gonna deal with it later on. And what I want to do next is um, basically add some more of these buttons, right? We're gonna deal with what these buttons do in just a second. I just want to lay down these um, like these elements first, right? The other thing that I just noticed is like the padding seems a little bit off. What I'm gonna do is go over here. I'm just gonna say, hey, all of this should be padded with like 5, right? Now it looks a little bit better, right? Now what I'm gonna do is go over here. I'm gonna say, okay, I want this button to say create playlist, right? And this one should be like this plus circle icon, right? And I wanna copy paste this over here and just say this one should have like a heart icon, right? And it's gonna say liked songs, right? Now this is pretty cool. Um, what I want to do next is basically place on this. And over here, I'm just gonna say neutral like 900, right? I'm gonna change this to 900 as well, right? So that we have like a very subtle separator over there. And below this, what I want to do is I want to have a list of my playlists. Right now we already know how to do that because I just basically fetched all of the users playlists while showing you how the access token works. So we're just going to copy um, this stuff over here and we're going to change it for our purposes. I'm just going to go over here, paste this. I'm going to import all of this stuff. So use session like use state, right? And use effect, right? We don't really need to store the access token in like a particular state. What we are interested in is this playlist, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'll just say, hey, um, this stuff is cool, this stuff is okay, we don't need this, right? And we're going to set the playlist and we're going to do pretty much the same thing that we did earlier over here, which is iterate over playlists object, right? I'm gonna say playlist and we're gonna return um, p tag over here, right? And what this is going to do is it's going to basically have first of all a key. It's gonna have the value playlist dot id. Over here we're gonna have playlist dot name, right? And then you want to style it up a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is just say um, like cursor default and over text white, right? And what this does is it gives you this nice scrollable list of all of your playlists inside the sidebar. And so what we're gonna do now is go back to our code and I'm gonna change a couple of things over here, right? The first thing is I'm gonna go all the way over here and change the font size, right? So this is basically, as you can see over here, a font size of 14 pixel. I'm gonna change that, go back over here. It looks um, much better now, right? Now, this is essentially like the structure of our sidebar, right? And what we're gonna do now first is we're gonna replace this Spotify text with like the SVG, right? This is just to have an actual logo like this over there. And over here, what I'm gonna do is go to my previous build over here because I already have downloaded and copy pasted the SVG, right? So I'm gonna go over here to um, Spotify build components sidebar, right? And over here, I've defined this SVG, right? I basically took this by inspecting element over here and like copying the SVG, right? So I'm gonna go back to my code. I'm gonna go all the way to the top. I'm gonna paste this over here, right? And what I'm gonna do is go over here and just add Spotify SVG over here, right? I'm gonna go back and this is how it looks, right? The only thing that's missing over here is like a little bit of margin. So I'm just gonna add, let's see how this looks, right? And we're also gonna add a little bit of a margin on the top. Looks a little bit cleaner. As you can see, um, the um, the player is actually above the sidebar, right? So all if the list is longer, it's gonna go behind the player and you can scroll through it, right? Now, what I'm gonna do is basically there's like one other thing that I want to do, right? So basically, if there is a playlist name, for example, that's really long, I want it to be truncated, right? And this is something we're going to use a lot inside this build, right? What I want to do over here is basically get to this point, and I'm gonna just say I'm gonna go over here. So we have a width of 64 and then we have like a padding of 5 on each side, so that's 10. So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna say okay, let's go for like 52 and add truncate, right? It doesn't show any difference over here because like all of the playlist names are kind of short, right? But if there's a longer playlist name over here, it's gonna basically cut it off and end the characters with like 3 dots or an ellipsis, right? So this is the basic structure over here. Now what I'm going to do is add some functionality in here, right? So I'm going to go back to my index .js, and we don't really need all of this stuff anymore because we've just moved it to the sidebar, right? We're not fetching anything inside of this home component. So what I'm going to do now is basically define some states, right? The first state that I need, what I'm gonna do is create some states over here, right? The first state that I want to create over here is called view, right? And this is going to dictate what shows up over here in this main area, right? So for example, if we click on search inside the sidebar, the view should be set to search. If you click on library, it should be set to library. If you click on a playlist, it should be set to like a playlist view, right? I'm gonna go back over here and say use state, and I'm gonna default it to search, right? And I'm just gonna write a comment over here that says, hey, this is gonna take some values like search, library. I'm gonna have like playlist, right? And it's also gonna have like an artist, right? It's for the artist page. So we're gonna have this, and then what I also want to do is set like a global playlist ID, right? Basically, if someone comes over here and selects a playlist ID, right? Um, they the view will be a playlist view, right? But we're gonna also have to load a certain playlist ID, right? Like the data associated with a certain playlist ID over there. And we need that playlist ID can be set from different places, right? So we're gonna need to keep a track of that, which is why I'm adding it as a state over here. I'm gonna default it to null. I'm also gonna go ahead And by the same logic, just add a state that says global artist ID and initialize it with null, right? The other thing that we probably need, um, okay, let's just leave it over here, and we're gonna add more states if we see the need for it, right? But over here, like inside sidebar, we're gonna have to pass in some of these things, right? The first thing that I want to pass is like set view, right? Because this is how the sidebar component is going to be able to change the view of what is happening over here, right? So set view equals set view, and I'm also going to pass in like the view. This is because I want so I'm basically thinking, hey, if the search has been selected, I would want it to be a little bit highlighted, right? So we're gonna need to know which view we are in inside the sidebar component, right? Now I'm gonna go back over here and I'm gonna select something else. So I'm gonna pass in global playlist ID, right? Set global playlist ID, right? This is enough for now. We are going to go inside this hardware component, and over here I'm going to add all of those things so that we can utilize these values. So set view, set global playlist ID, right? We're over here. Now what I want to do is implement some on-click functions, right? So the first thing that I want to implement is over here. So if someone clicks search, right? What I want to do is set view to search, right? And I'm going to add another thing over here. So I'll just go put all of this inside a brace, change these to backticks. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm going to add something over here, right? And what I'm going to add is if view equals search, then I want the text to be white. And otherwise it's going to be there's going to be a null over there, right? I'm going to add a similar thing over here, set view library, and I'm going to basically just copy everything else from here. I'm going to go over to this place, delete this and paste this, right? And instead of search, this one is going to be a library. This is cool. Now what I want to do is go over here and also implement an on-click function over here, right? What this is going to look like is on-click. I'll just do this in line for now because it's really just like 1 or 2 lines of code. So I'll just push all of these over here. I'm gonna push this below. Okay, looks much better. And what I'm gonna do over here is I'll just say over here I'm gonna say first of all the view has to be a playlist view, right? So if you're in the search view, for example, move to the playlist view, and the global playlist ID is going to be playlist.id, right? Pretty sorted. Now I'll just add this over here to make things a little bit cleaner. Yeah, looks much better. Okay, right. So we're over here, and we're gonna go back to our index.js, right? Because like there's basically a bunch of different things that need to be displayed instead of this div over here, right? So what I'm going to do, first of all, is I'm gonna so we already have like a playlist view defined over here, right? So let's start with that. What I'm gonna say is let's get rid of this and just add something like this. So if view equals playlist, right? I'm gonna basically need the playlist view component over here, right? And we can actually add some things over here. So playlist view, right? I'm gonna just add a couple of class names. So I want this to be flex grow. I want this to have like the full height of the screen. And I'm gonna give it like I don't know, like 800, right? Just to make things a little bit more visible, right? So as you can see right now, we have our view initialized to search, right? Which is why we can see that it's the search button has font color as white, right? Now, if I click on a playlist, this is gonna not get first of all, this is gonna not be white anymore, right? Because search is no longer the selection. And over here, we can see like the playlist view component, right? Like this component coming up, right? We're gonna do something really similar for other components as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'll just define some more files over here. So one is gonna be search.jsx, right? And I'm just gonna save this, go back and create something called library.jsx. Again, put in some template code, done. And one more, it's gonna be artist.jsx, right? And now I'm gonna come back over here and um, I'm just gonna delete some of this, right? So I'm just gonna say, okay, if we are in the search view, I want the search component, right? And it's gonna import it from our components directory. We want the search component to be there, to be visible, right? If same thing goes for library, and same thing goes for artist, right? Now, we're gonna work on each of them one at a time, right? But for the playlist view, let's start with that one. And for the playlist view, what we are going to need is first of all the global playlist ID, right? Because this is gonna tell this component to fetch the data of the playlist with this ID, right? So we're gonna do this, and it's probably also going to have like some other props being passed in, but we don't need them right away, so we're gonna not add them, and we're gonna go and work on the playlist view, right? So I'm gonna go into this component, and first of all, I'm gonna say global playlist ID over here, right? Next, I want to get all data um, related to this playlist, right? So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to go to the Spotify documentation, go under playlist and click over here, right? So this is basically like this is the endpoint we're going to use to get all the relevant data, right? And it's a simple get endpoint. So we're going to do a couple of things over here. First, get the session object, right? Because we need the access token. Second, um, okay, this is weird. Use effect. Yeah. Second, we're going to load. So once we have the session object, right, and the session object also has the access token, we are going to fetch all of the data, right? And the way we're going to do that is by using the fetch API. And for that, we're going to need an async function. So I'm just going to wrap everything over here inside a function, call that function over here. And over here, I'm going to say const response is equals to await fetch. And I'm going to add this, right? And instead of the playlist ID, I'm going to say global playlist ID, right? And the other thing that we need obviously is going to be, oops, is going to be, oh man, I hate these problems. Headers, authorization, and let me just actually go over here and copy that up. I'm just gonna copy this entire line, right? And paste it over here, right? Okay, now const data is await response dot json, right? And this data is going to contain basically everything listed down over here, right? And we're going to use a bunch of things it's from this response inside our UI. So once we have this in place, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of that data inside a state. So I'm going to say playlist data, right? Set playlist data. I'm just going to say use state null. Use state has not been imported. Okay, now it's there. So we're pretty much okay for now, right? Now what I'm gonna do is there's like a bunch of different things that we're gonna need over here, and the first one is going to be a header, right? So we're gonna place a header right over here at the very top, and what I'm gonna do is I'll just remove this from over here because we're gonna be dealing with all of that down here, right? Um, so what we have inside the header is basically like a header bar where the background color and the opacity is gonna change as we scroll through the playlist, right? So the way we're gonna implement that is first of all by defining a header, and we're gonna add some class. So I'm just gonna say text white. It's gonna be sticky. Top 0, right? We're gonna give it a height of 20. We're gonna give it a Z index, and we're gonna say a text size, font size of 36 pixels, right? And over here, I'm just gonna say this is going to be the background color, right? And but it's the opacity is gonna change a little bit, and we're gonna code that in just a second. And I also want this to be like a flexbox, items center, and font weight at 700, right? So this is okay for now. Now what I want to do is create another div over here and just add the global. So I'm not gonna go with like global. I'm just gonna say playlist data, and I'm gonna say if it's there, the name, right? I'm gonna go back and click over here, and nothing shows up. Okay, that's because we haven't assigned this. Okay, now we are good to go, right? We can see the playlist name over here. If I click on another playlist, nothing happens. Okay, we're gonna go back and see why why that's happening. We're gonna go to sidebar. We're gonna go over here. It says set global playlist ID to playlist.id. Okay, so the global playlist ID changes, but it's not gonna run this fetch function again because we haven't included it over here. Okay, now if I click on Eminem, there's Eminem. If I click on progressive rock, it has progressive rock, NCS top 100, NCS top 100, right? we can see that the content of this component changes based on like the playlist that is being selected, which is exactly how we want it. Right now, I'm gonna go over here and add a couple more things. The first thing that I'm gonna add, and something that you might have noticed, is that we could sign in, but there's no sign out or log out button, right? Something that's gonna be placed over here. So I'm gonna implement that first. And the way it's gonna work is it's gonna be at position absolute, right? And it's gonna have an even higher set index because it's gonna be on top of everything else. And I'm just gonna say top 5, right 8, right? It's gonna be a flex box, items center, and I'm gonna give it a background color of black, and I'm gonna change the opacity to 70%. Okay. Font should be white. I'm gonna give it some horizontal spacing, and basically I'm gonna say the opacity should be like 90%, but if we hover on it, the opacity should be like 80%, right? So this is like minor subtle hover effects over here. Cursor pointer, I'm gonna keep it like a capsule, so rounded full, right? And I'm gonna give it some padding over here. And now what I'm gonna do is put a couple of things inside over here, right? In fact, what I'm gonna do first is just say, okay, let me just check if we have some some of the data in place, right? So I'm just gonna save this. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna console log the session object, right? I'm gonna go back, go to my console, right? And over here, we have a couple of things from here. So we have a couple of things, as you can see, that we received from the Spotify login by default, and that contains our email, name, and image, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use them inside this button. And the way that's going to work, so just go over here, add an image, right? And this is going to be a complete circle because we're going to give it like identical height and width. I'm going to say session dot user dot image, right? I'm gonna add an alt tag as well that says profile pic, right? You can see that the image, so this is my actual image from my Spotify account, right? And that is exactly what shows up over here. The other thing that we're gonna have to add is going to be like, I'm just gonna say like a p tag over, okay, a p tag over here, and this is gonna contain the text logout. And over here, I'm just gonna set the font size. All right, and now I also want an icon over here. So this is, all of this is basically coming from over here. I want something similar to this, which is what I'm going for. And I think there's like, if I go over here, yeah, this doesn't, we're gonna go for something like this, right? So let's get back over here and just say chevron down icon. Right, this seems all right. I'm just gonna set its height and width. If you go over here, now we have like this nice little logout button inside the header bar. Now what I'm gonna do next is we are going to add like a section over here, right? And this section is going to have some background gradient. So the way that works is, first of all, I'm going to define a large parent container, right? So this is going to be the way I want to do this is I want to set its position to relative, and then basically add a minus 5 or a minus 80 pixel worth of top position. The reason I'm doing that is because the height of our header bar is 20 and I want it to essentially go behind it. Right now, what I'm gonna also add over here is edge screen, right? And then I'm just gonna say overflow y scroll, right? And then I'm just gonna say over here, I'm gonna set the background to a dark gray color, right? This is the dark gray color, right? Now, inside of this, I'm gonna declare a section, right? Now, over here, what I want to do is basically depending on the playlist, right? Depending on the playlist that is being selected, I want some random colors to show up over here, right? So for that, what I'm gonna do is basically just define this array over here, and I'm just gonna so these okay, I'm just gonna write this down and explain in like just a second. So let's say I want a bunch of colors over here from blue 500. Why am I writing this from thingy? It's because these are Tailwind classes, right? So if you go over here, there's a very simple way of defining a background gradient in any element, right? The way you do that is you basically have like a from color and then you have like a to color, right? So you have like a background gradient direction. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna just define like a bunch of these over here. So what I'll actually do instead of typing all of these out, I'll just go over here and paste, because this is just like a simple constant. I'm just gonna paste it over from over here. I'm gonna say playlist view. Okay, it's over here. In this case, I'm gonna go to colors. We have this list of colors, right? So I'll just copy this and paste it over here. And now what we are going to do is select a color at random from over here and put it inside the class of this section, right? So this one is actually going to be a couple of backticks because we're going to be changing values over there. And the one thing I want to do over here is add another use effect. Okay, this one is going to be dependent on global playlist ID, because if this changes, I want the color to change, right? What I'm gonna do is define a state over here. So const color, set color, use state. I'm just gonna say color 0, right? And what I'm gonna do is come over here, and so I wanna actually use like a shuffle function. And what I'm gonna do is I'll just go back over here and do install this like really popular package. If you have been working with JavaScript for a while, you're going to be for sure familiar with this, Lodash, right? I'm gonna start the server again, go back over here, and over here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically be using this function called shuffle from Lodash, right? And what shuffle does is it's basically gonna allow me to choose an item at random from the colors array, right? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just put this value inside our color state, right? So now that this is in place, the shuffle function, by the way, over here gets imported from Lodash. So we have that over there. What I'm gonna do is so I'm gonna get back to this section and I'm gonna just start adding some class names over here. So first up, this is going to be a flex box. I want the items at end, right? Flex end this time, and I'm gonna give it some horizontal spacing, and I'm gonna say uh, background gradient towards bottom, right? And this is going to go towards neutral 900, right? Which is the background color, and the from value, right? From something, this is gonna come from our color state over here, right? Next we wanna add like a height of 80. We wanna keep the text white, and I'm gonna add some padding over here as well. I'm gonna go inside it, and over here I want like a couple of things. The first one is going to be an image, right? So this one is going to be a slightly larger image, so height of 44, width of 44. I'm also gonna let's actually get into shadows later on, and I'm gonna just say source is going to be playlist data, right? If it's there, I'm actually gonna do something over here first, but okay. Playlist data dot images 0 dot URL, right? Where is this coming from? So we're gonna go over here and go over to our documentation, right? So over here we get basically this object, right? It's gonna have like an images, which is going to be an array of objects. Each object is gonna represent an image. It's gonna have an image URL, right? This is exactly what we're gonna be using. Um, right, but the playlist data is not always there. For example, when rendering initially, right, it's not going to be there. The playlist data is going to be null, so we don't want this image tag to show up. It's gonna be really ugly in that case, right? So I'm just going to what I'll do is I'll just wrap this in a condition with playlist data, and now I'm going to create a div. Right inside this div, I'm gonna add a couple of things. The first one, I'm just gonna say playlist, right? And the second, I'm just gonna say, let's actually make this like an h1 tag, because this is going to be the heading of all the main content, and it's gonna basically have playlist data dot name, right? So there's going to be the playlist name. We're gonna give it a larger font size. Font, we're gonna go with like font weight 800 over here, and what I'm gonna say is, okay, so we're gonna get into some of this. There is like one thing that I didn't address at the beginning of the video, and that is the responsiveness, right? So what I want to do is like make things responsive, and that includes the text size as well. So what I'm gonna do over here is so there's like two things that I want to do, right? First, we're gonna go back to sidebar, go over here, and I'm gonna just say this sidebar is hidden in mobile phones, right? So I'm just gonna say it's hidden by default, and basically it is visible. Yeah, this display is inline flex on. Um, I'm actually gonna change this to medium, right? So after 768 pixel worth of width, it's gonna change display to inline flex. Otherwise, it's gonna be hidden, right? The other thing I'm gonna do over here is I'm gonna say if the screen is larger, I want the text size to be even larger, right? For large screens, I'm gonna go with like 5 XL, right? I'm gonna go back over here. I'm gonna select right? So as you can see, we have like this over here now. Um, the other thing that I think I'm gonna style is this text. So we're just gonna say, this one is going to be text small, right, and font bold, right? Looks a little bit better now, and we're gonna go ahead and like add the rest of the things. So this sort of completes the section, right? But except the opacity part, right? So over here, we want all of this to be transparent. And as we scroll through, right, we're gonna basically need this header to start showing up, right? Um, and the way that's gonna work, so first of all, I see some weird scroll behaviors over here, so I'm just gonna go back and check what is happening. We have this over here. This is cool in place. We have this over here, and what we want is this one is height of screen. No reason for it to show up. Okay, let's just add some items, and I think it's gonna get clear why we're seeing something like this, right? But for now, um, what I'm going to do over here is basically I'm gonna leave this section as it is, and I'm gonna go and basically create a div over here, and this is going to basically contain all the songs, right? um, and what we can do over here is we can basically we can create like a scrollable list over here, and the way that is going to work is like as follows, right? But before we get into that, I want to actually set up a couple of states over here, right? The first one is going to be opacity, right? I'm going to say opacity, set opacity, new state. I'm going to start with like 0, right? The other one is going to be text opacity, right? Set text opacity. I'm going to say use state again 0, right? Cool. So this is sort of okay, and we're going to use these two opacity values after right after we sort of like fill up these songs. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm just going to add some styling over here. So what we want is text white, right? We're going to have some horizontal padding. It's going to be a flex box. The direction is going to be column. We'll just add some spacing over here, and I'm gonna add some basically padding at the bottom, a lot of padding at the bottom, because that is gonna essentially cover up for this player, right? So I don't want the last set of songs to be hidden behind the player, which is why I'm adding this, right? Once you're done with this, what I'm gonna do is start iterating over these songs. How do we do that? We go back over here and we check where the songs are, right? So if you look over here, we have all of this stuff. We have something about the owner of the playlist, and then we have like this object called tracks. Like tracks is basically going to contain information about which songs are the songs that are present inside the playlist, right? And it's going to contain all of that list inside this array called items, right? And we can see that over here, and we're going to be using all of this information, right? So each item, for example, has this track object which contains like all of the stuff, and we're going to be using all of this information in like just a second. For now, the thing that we're going to have to iterate over is this items. So what I'll write over here is playlist data. Um, I'm gonna say dot tracks, right? Because we have a tracks over here. Then I'm gonna say items, right? And this is where I'll put my I'll just put my map function, right? And over here, I'm also gonna need the index because we're going to be adding the numbers over here. Like if we go over here, we have some of these numbers that get replaced with the play button when you hover on it, and we're going to implement just that. Right, so we're going to go over here and I'll just say, so this is going to contain some logic on its own. So we're going to just we're just going to separate this out in its own component. I'll just say song component over here, right? For now, it's gonna just return an empty div. And it's gonna need a key, so we'll just give it a key. Okay, the key, by the way, is going to be track.track.id. Why track.track. Because if we see this item, right, like this is the first item inside the array, we have the track object inside of it, and this contains the ID, right? Okay, so we're sort of done over here, and I'm just gonna save this, go back. Okay, okay. And I think we need to do like a refresh over here. It's not fetching the tracks, or it's not showing the tracks for some reason. So I'm just gonna debug that. So we're gonna need like the playlist data dot tracks dot items. Seems fine to me, but let me actually just open up the console. Console has no errors as well. Okay, so there's two problems that we have. I'm gonna address them one by one. One is this scrolling thing, right? Like, so this is the central component scrolling, right? It scrolls a little bit, and this is the sidebar, and it scrolls by quite a bit, but more importantly, it makes everything scroll, and that is not what I want. So I'll just check what is happening over here. And we have like all of this stuff over here. Things that we are interested in is this height of screen overflow. This seems okay to me, but we sort of need to go over here and check that out as well. So if I go over here, what I want to do is we have width full height screen overflow hidden. So this is all pretty okay, right? And then it has like this sidebar over here. Okay, let me actually check what's happening. So what we have over here is this, and I don't actually want the sidebar to be able to manipulate the height. Sorry, to be able to manipulate the height of this main over here. So what I'll do, okay, one thing that I want to try over here is adding another div. This one is going to be flex width full, right? I'm gonna remove this from over here. I'm gonna basically wrap all of this up over here, go back, refresh everything. It still seems to be scrolling, right? Which is really weird. Okay. Now I'm gonna go back to my sidebar.jsx file. I'm gonna take like a look at what's happening over here. We have all of this stuff is pretty okay. We have like the width, we have some, we have flex properties, we have padding, we have all of that. Okay, so one thing I want to just check, so we don't, this is cool. What if I, okay, let's just check one by one. Like width is fine. We're gonna have text color, grow 0, shrink 0, right? And we have like some border over here, and we have like this stuff, right? Overflow Y scroll, which is supposed to do what we want it to do, right? But it is not really doing it for us. Okay, something I want to try over here is removing this, right? And removing this. What I'm gonna do is wrap the rest of the children inside this div. Right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and wrap like all of this up. I'm just going to include everything till here. Right, I'm gonna just paste div over here, and I'm gonna go back and see what's happening. Okay, so this is a little bit weird, but no worries. I'm gonna debug it like really soon, right? Okay, so I'm gonna debug it really soon, but for the moment, what I want to do um, is sort of go over here to our playlist view, right? So this is where we are at, and we had like another problem over here that I want to tackle first, right? And what's happening over here is we are unable to see. Okay, we're unable to see anything because we. Okay, let's see if we can see. Yeah, we can see the entire list of songs over here now, and we can even scroll through them, right? Now that we have scrolling in place, at least for this central component, we're gonna be able to configure like the opacities for this header bar, right? And what's gonna happen over there is okay, so I'm gonna do it like this. First up, I'm basically okay, so I'm gonna go over here. Like the first thing that I wanna change is so it has a bunch of like things defined over here, but the one thing that I wanna define with inline CSS is opacity, right? I'm gonna set it to opacity. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm gonna be changing this value based on the scroll position, right? The other thing that I wanna do is change this opacity as well. I go over here, I want to say opacity to text opacity. Right now, what I'm gonna do, so this is like the logout button. I'm gonna leave it as it is. I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna say on scroll, right? And on scroll, I'm gonna write a handler function for this, right? And I'm just gonna call it like change opacity, and I'm gonna pass in e.target.scroll top, which basically is like a value that represents how much you've scrolled by, right? And we're gonna remember a couple of things for this calculation. So first up, let's go over here and define this function. And it's gonna basically say like scroll position, right? And here's what I wanted to do, right? When scroll position is like 0, I want everything to be 0, right? When scroll position is like 300, right? I want opacity to be 1, right? And till this point, text opacity is 0 as well, right? Now, when scroll position goes to like, let's say 310, I want the text to suddenly appear, right? So at this point, this is still 1 and text opacity is also 1, right? And this basically can be done using like a simple function. So I'm just going to define some things over here. First off, instead of writing 300, I'm going to represent it with a variable so that we can change it later on. And I'm just going to write text offset. I'm going to say 10, right? 10 over the other offset. What I want to do is I want to just say like const new opacity, right? And what this is going to represent is 1 minus, I'm going to say scroll position. Or I should actually say offset minus scroll position, right? So if scroll position is going to start from 0 and it's going to go up, right? So what I want to do is okay. So there's two things I wanted to do. If scroll position less than the offset, right? This case one over here. I'm going to say 1 minus offset minus scroll position, and I'm going to divide it by the offset so that it becomes a number between 0 and 1, right? So what this basically means, if you're not that okay with like this sort of like algebra, is when scroll position is 0, right? Like this is going to be, this is going to calculate to 0, because offset by offset is 1 and 1 minus 1 is 0, right? When scroll position is equals to offset, right, which is 300 at the moment, this is going to become 0 and this value is going to become 1, right? So it's going to linearly grow from 0 to 1, right? And now what I want to do is set opacity to new opacity. Right, and I'm just going to save this over here. So right now we can see the starting opacity is 0, so we can see this as we scroll up. Okay, there's an error that's happening over here which says scroll. There's a typo. Okay, now that we are over here, we can see there's no header. As we scroll up, the header slowly starts to creep in, and by the time we basically all of the section goes above, the header actually is in place, right? Like this. And as we scroll up, it again slowly, gradually disappears, right? The other thing that we wanted over here was okay, so let me just do a couple of things over here. This is fine. Um, Over here, what I want is if less than offset, then we are not going to be dealing. So let me just write an else condition over here. Right? If scroll pause is greater than offset, then we need to change the text opacity as well. And it's going to follow a very similar formula like this one over here. So I'm just going to say const new text opacity, right? And this is going to be 1 minus, and I'm going to say, okay, let me just do it this way. Like const delta, right, is equal to scroll pause minus offset. So this basically means how much over this 300 value is the scroll position. Now I'm gonna say something like this: the text offset, which is 10. I'm gonna compare it with delta. I'm gonna divide it with the text offset again to make this number between 0 to 1 and this number slowly going from 0 to 1, right? And now what we can do very easily is we can just say set text opacity to new text opacity, right? And we're gonna go over here, and as you can see over here, the header bar is slowly changing its opacity, and now the text appears, right? Like the text goes, it changes its opacity from 0 to 1 really quickly because we've given it like this a small delta of like 10, but it looks kind of smooth, right? Okay, it doesn't seem to be working exactly how I wanted. Okay, so it seems to be coming up along with the header bar, which is not what we wanted, right? So over here, I'm just going to add set text opacity to 0, right? And over here, I'm just going to say, just to keep things really concrete, just going to say to 1, right? Now let's see what happens. Header bar comes in, the playlist names comes in, scroll back up, the playlist name vanishes, the header bar vanishes, right? Exactly how we wanted. Pretty cool, right? So that is basically all about this header bar. And the next thing that we are going to be working on is going to be everything over here, right? And I'm also gonna add like this one other thing. Um, okay, let me add that in like just a minute. But let's sort of like fill this area up really quickly. Right, so what I want over here is like a song component. So I'm just gonna go in my components directory and define a new file, song.jsx. Right, and I'm gonna fill this up with some template, and I'm gonna get to um, how this is going to work. Right, so over here, what I want is I'm gonna use display grid for this, right? So I'm gonna say grid calls to, right? I'm gonna have a normal gray color for the font. I'm gonna have font size set to 14 pixels. I'm gonna give it some padding, and then I'm gonna basically say um, I'm gonna define like a background for when it's being hovered on, right? And it's gonna be white with like an opacity of 10, so it's gonna look like light gray actually. Um, I want some border radius as well, so I'm gonna go with this 8 pixel, right? Um, and I'm gonna say cursor default, right? This is okay for now. Next, I'm gonna need to define these two columns, right? So I'm gonna just add into this over here and let me fill this up, right? So this one is going to be a flex box, items center, right? And I'm going to give it some spacing as well. And over here, what I'm going to do is first of all, so okay, before we get into this, we need to get some data from the playlist view component from to inside the song component, right? And what we're going to need over here is the serial number. That's going to be one, right? And we're going to take in like the entire track object, and then we're going to add some other functions later on. So over here, what I want to do, um, what I want to do basically is just say, I'm going to create a p tag, and I'm just going to write serial number plus one, right? Because this serial number is going to start with zero. Um, we're going to give it a fixed width, and you're going to get the reason in like just a second. But after this, right? So this is a flex box. I'm gonna go ahead and create an image tag. This image tag is going to have height of 10, width of 10. It's gonna have like a source. The source is going to be track.album dot images 0.url. This is again, as you can probably guess, is taken from over here, right? So every track has an object called album. Album has a list of images. Each image has a URL. So we're over here, this is yeah, this is sort of done. And the next thing that I want to add over here is another div, right? Inside of this div, I'm going to add basically two things, right? So one is going to be the song name. It's represented by track.name. Over here, I'm actually gonna paste in all of the um, artists that this track has, right? So the way that is going to work out is by doing, okay, let me actually pull this up over here, pull this up and just say track dot artists, right? I believe they have, if you go inside the track, we have artists, right? And this is a list. So over here, I'm gonna introduce a map function, right? I'm gonna just say artist and just gonna return, this is gonna have um, some things over here. And the first thing that this is going to have, let me actually put all of this inside some empty tags, right? And over here, what I want is first up artist dot name, I believe, right? Each artist has a name, cool. And the other thing is going to be I'm also gonna take the index over here, right? What I'm gonna say is okay, so what I'm gonna say over here is I'll just say I not equals to artists dot length minus one, right? If it's not the last artist in the list, I'm gonna say add a comma over here. Otherwise, it's going to be null, right? And over here, I'm just gonna add hover underline, right? Okay, this is a lot of stuff over here. Um, but let me save this and see if we are getting anything over here, right? So I'm just gonna go delete this entire div. I'm gonna import the song component and I'm gonna start passing in the props. So we need S and O, which represents the serial number, right? So I'm gonna just pass in I over there. And then we need the track object. So I'm just gonna pass in track, track.track, right? I think this is fine. We also need a key. So for this key, what I am going to do is I'm just gonna say track.track.id, right? And I'm gonna go back over here, and artists is not defined. Okay, we're gonna go and check out what that means. Yep, we don't have anything called artists. What we have is track.artist. I'm gonna go over here, click on this playlist, and as you can see, we have something that's looking really good over here, right? We can hover on these artists and they basically automatically get an underline. This is useful because it informs our users that you can click on this, and we are gonna implement what happens when you click on it on this later on, right? Because it's gonna open up the page for and all of the details about this artist, right? And we have all of them comma separated and they're looking pretty good. Yeah, so I like this. Um, okay, so something I'm gonna do over here now is, so first up, I'm gonna go and deal with this, deal with the song name, right? And the way this is going to work is I'm gonna give it like a fixed width, right? And if it exceeds this width, I want the text to be truncated, right? We're gonna use this for that. Um, After this, what I want to do, I want to also define like a larger width over here for larger screens just to make things responsive, right? I'm gonna say text white and I'm gonna input it to like a font size of 16 pixels, right? I'm gonna go back. This looks much better now, right? And as you can see, the hover is also working. Everything is looking pretty good. Now, so this was like column one over here, right? So what I'm gonna do is, this is column one. I'm gonna go over here and start working with this, right? Um, so this is again going to be a flex box, by the way. It's gonna be flex items center, and we're gonna use justify between, right? Because we want the rest of the song related data to be spread out, right? And we're just gonna say so if we're going to let me just keep this as it is for now and add a couple of things over here, right? The first thing I want to add is a p tag. Over here I want to again define some width, right? So that we can use truncate, right? I don't want any of the longer pieces of text floating around. I'm actually gonna just go over here, add in the same thing over here, right? This is done, this is done. We are over here and I'm gonna hide this in like mobile screen. So this is like the default display, right? But if it's like a larger screen, I want the display to be inline and this to be visible, right? So I'm just gonna say track.album.name, right? This is done. The other thing that I want to add over here is the duration, right? So this is here in track.duration underscore ms, if I remember correctly. So we're going to go back to the developer to the docs, right? And over here, what we can do is we can let me just go in over here, right? Like go inside the track object, and over here, what you can see is we have um, something called like we have the name, we have the album name and all of that stuff, but we should also have something that is called yeah, durations in milliseconds, right? So we're gonna save this, go back over here, and this is looking pretty good, right? Like it's looking pretty neat, except this number. So because this is the duration in milliseconds, and what we want is like a minute and second split, right? Because that is how song durations are being shown up. And for this, what I'm gonna do is there's just like a small snippet of code that I found on Stack Overflow, right? I'm just gonna copy that to sort of make my life easier, right? So I'm gonna go to my previous build. I'm gonna okay, this is working really slow for some reason. I'm gonna go to components. I'm gonna go to song over here. And if we scroll down, we have like this nice little function. I'll just copy paste it and then explain instead of typing the whole thing again, right? So if we go over here, we have this called millis, 2 minutes and seconds. What it does is basically divides the milliseconds to find out how many minutes and seconds are there, and basically creates a string out of that, right? If it's like a perfect minute, it's gonna append a colon and two zeros after it. If not, it's gonna do something like this. And what that does is I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna wrap this up in parentheses and just say this, right? I'm gonna go back to my build, and now we can see this has like a nice little view, right? It's been parsed into this minutes and seconds format that we are all familiar with. The other thing that I want to implement over here is when you hover, I want this number to be to disappear and it to be replaced with like a play button icon, right? The way we are going to do that is we're going to define a state over here. It's going to say const hover set hover is use state. I'm going to say it's false by default, right? Now we're going to define two things over here. So React gives you like a bunch of these event listener, and the one we need right now is on mouse enter and on mouse leave, right? So when this happens, what we want to do is set hover to true, right? And when this happens, we wanna set hover to false, right? And now, based on the state of this hover, we can actually change what is being displayed inside, right? So we can go over here, we can say, hey, let's wrap this up under some conditions. So if hover, I want to display like some icon over here, right? And otherwise I want to display the stack. So instead of this icon, I'm just going to actually import the play icon, right? So I'm gonna play circle, play icon. I'm gonna go with like this one, but I'm actually gonna import like the solid one, right? I want to give it some class names. What I'm gonna do is height of 5, width of 5. I think that is going to be pretty much enough because the um, text should be white. No, it's not white. So I want to. Okay, we're gonna load up a playlist. This is not working because use state is not being imported, right? We're gonna load this again, and now as you can see, we have this play icon appearing as we hover on these song items, right? Pretty neat, right? And this is exactly why we have this width of 5 in our p tag just to keep things consistent. I don't want things shifting here and there when we hover on them, right? Um, okay, awesome. So this sort of completes the song component, except that we don't have the ability to play anything yet, right? But we're gonna get to that in like just a minute. For now, we can just test this out, right? This UI seems pretty okay to me. And what you can also check is if I sort of like go back, you can see the text size went down, right? If I go back even further, the sidebar disappears, but this is a little bit um, this is a little bit over the place. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fix this, right? So what I want over here is some margin at margin on the left, right? And we're gonna do that by going over here. Um, yeah, right about here, right? So over here, what I want is I want margin left auto by default, and if it's like a larger screen, I want to basically say 0, right? So we can go back and we can see that this is like really responsive now, right? Till here, then things vanish and it looks pretty okay. So this is like a tablet width. I can make it even smaller, and this is basically how it's gonna look on the phone, right? Sidebar is hidden, sidebar comes into picture, text becomes even bigger on larger screens, and here we are, right? Like now this is looking pretty good. It's actually starting to look a little bit like Spotify. Okay. Um, so this is all pretty cool and all. I'm gonna just add one more thing over here because when we scroll up, this seems too bland. So I'm just gonna go over to playlist view. I'm gonna go all the way over to header, right? And this one is a flex box as it is. So I'm just gonna, all I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say image, right? And over here, um, I'm gonna do the same thing as this. I'm just gonna copy this one so that we have like a mini version of that image over here. And I'm gonna say this one has like um and it's gonna have like a height of 8, width of 8. I'm gonna give it some like margin, right? So this looks better now, right? This scrolls up and shows up over here. And okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this inside this div. I'm gonna press enter, press this, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say class name flex, right? And over here, say this here. I can just add, I don't know, this like ptext, right? And I'm also gonna have to add um, items center over here. Okay, so now as we can see, the header bar appears, the name and the logo of the playlist appears, and we can scroll through it and it looks pretty beautiful, right? Um, so we're sort of done with like the at least the UI of um, of the playlist view, right? Next, we're gonna be working on the headers. Or sorry, we're done with the headers. What we're gonna be doing is working on the player, right? This player over here that we had colored red, light red for some reason, right? So um, we're gonna go back to our player, and over here, what I'm gonna do is, so this is sort of where you're gonna start running into some peculiarities of how the Spotify API basically works when it comes to playing anything, right? But for now, let me at least just add a couple of things over here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say this flex items center, right? I'm going to give it some spacing, and And um, what I'm also going to do is, let me go back to index.js, right, and see what's happening over here. So I don't need this background red, by the way, right? But I am going to need a couple of other things. So, okay, so what I want to do over here, is basically, I'm gonna get inside the player. So this is where the player object is gonna come in. So I'm just gonna first of all import player from the components directory, save, and I'm gonna go inside player.jsx, right, which is where we are. And what I'm gonna say is, instead of going with like the flex and stuff over here, first I'm gonna define some things, right? So if you noticed, I actually removed a couple of things from here. I'm actually gonna remove these. I'll just keep the height inside over here. I'm gonna go back to my player. I'm gonna say height of 24, right? I'm gonna give it this gray color as the background. I'm gonna give it a border at the top. The border color is going to be this one, right? Text is going to be white. It's going to be a grid with 3 columns, right? And then I'm gonna say set the font size, and I'm also gonna set the font size for medium-sized monitors. Give it some padding, and I'm also gonna increase that padding. So this is the padding for like mobile. This is the padding for like desktops or even iPads for that matter, right? Now I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna say flex item center. So this is like the first one, right? We're gonna say item center space x4, right? Inside of this, we're gonna need to display, right, like the song details. I'm just gonna comment this out for now. Song details, we're gonna fetch the song details of the player, of the song that is currently loaded on the player, and we're gonna display its details over here, right? This is going to be the first column, right? Then I'm gonna add like this icon over here, right? Like, so what I'm gonna do is, at least for the moment, I'm just gonna say play circle icon solid, right? um, I'm gonna give it some height and width. So I'm just gonna say height of 10, width of 10. I'll clear this out, see what happens. This is okay. We're gonna change the positioning a little bit anyhow. And actually, this needs to be inside a div as well, right? And what I'm gonna say is class name, keep it flex, items central, justify center, right? Now this is at the center of the player, which is where I want this. Okay, so now we're gonna get into how we play songs, and um, I'm just gonna set a couple of things needed for that. First of all, um, we wanna know we wanna know the song ID, right? That is being selected. So for example, from inside the playlist view or maybe inside the search results, if someone clicks on a song, we want to know which song that is, right? And for that, we're going to need a state. We're going to define a state over here that says global current song ID. Yeah, right. And what I'm going to do is set global current song ID, I'm gonna set it again to null, right? What I'm gonna do is I'll pass this along to our playlist view, right? And I'm gonna go inside the playlist view. I'm gonna take it out of the props over here. Then I'm gonna go all the way down. Um, and I'm gonna pass it over to the song component, right? Because this is where the on click is gonna get implemented. So what I wanna do is basically say on click, right? Set global ID to you want to also get the ID over here first of all. So I'm gonna paste this over here, go back to the playlist view, and over here what I want to do is I want to say I want to pass in this ID as well, right? Actually, we have like all of the track data over here, so we can just use that. So track.id, right? This works. And what this is going to do is it's going to basically it's going to inform it's going to set the track ID that is being selected all the way at the top in our index.js file, and we can use this value, for example, inside our player, um, like this, or like this, right? Now this player component knows that this song is being selected, so it can fetch the details for this and start playing it, right? The other thing, um, okay, so let's just deal with this one first, right? So what I'm gonna do is go inside the player object, right? And what I'm gonna say is global current song ID, right? That is the one, right? Let me check global current song ID. Oh, awesome. So we have this value over here. What I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna write a use effect, right? The use effect imported from React. I'm gonna say this one is going to be dependent on the global current song ID. So if this changes, I want to refetch the details. This is where I'm going to fetch song details, right? And play song, right? And this is also going to be dependent on the session. So we're gonna need the same old session object from the use session hook, which is pretty convenient, right? Like this sort of like I'm pretty sure you're starting to realize why NextAuth is such a good choice, right? It gives you this nice, neat little way of getting the access token anywhere inside your front end code. Right, and okay, now so what I'm gonna do over here is define like some functions. The first function is going to be async function that we're gonna use for all these Spotify API interactions. I'm gonna call it over here. Inside of this, I'm just gonna check if session object exists and if it has the access token, right? Once we are done with this, what I wanna do is check um, if there is so if there is no global current song ID, right? If there's none, we need to fetch get the currently playing song from Spotify over here, right? Else we can basically just get song info right over here. So we're gonna define a bunch of functions that are gonna help with this. So we're gonna start with like this one first. And the way this works is I'm gonna define like get, or let me just say function fetch song info, right? And this is going to need the track ID, right? And then um, what we want to do is so I'm gonna actually add a check over here because I think we're going to be using this function in different places as well. But for now, what I want to do is basically say const response equals await fetch. Now we need to go back to our favorite Spotify documentation, and we're gonna go over to tracks, get track. So it's a simple get request at this endpoint, right? Um, so I'll just add some backticks over here. I'll do this track ID. I'm gonna paste the headers all the way from like somewhere else, right? Because we've been using this all over the place. I'll just take this, I'll go over here, I'll paste this, right? Next, we're gonna say const data is equals to await response dot JSON. Right, and now what I want to do is create a state to store all of this information. So I'm going to say song info set song info use state is going to be null initially. Over here, I'm going to say set song info to data, right? Over here, what we can do is just say await fetch song info and pass the global current song ID, right? Um, no, not this ID. Oh yeah, this ID because it's defined over here. If this is not the case, I want to get like the currently playing song from Spotify API. So I'm gonna go over to player and click on this one, get currently playing track, right? As you can see, it also requires an authorization scope, but we already took care of that because we had already sort of like I had already collected the scopes that we're going to need for all of these APIs and pasted it while we were configuring NextAuth, right? So we can just use this now. And what it's going to do is we need this endpoint, and I don't think it has anything that is necessary otherwise. So we're just going to go over here. We're going to create a function for this as well. Async function. I'm going to say get currently playing, right? Doesn't have any parameters. And what we can do is just say const response is await fetch, paste this, paste the headers from over here. Const data is await response dot JSON, right? And so this is sort of fine. Let me actually just show some of this stuff over here, right? Because I wanna basically make sure everything is working fine, at least till this point. So over here, what I'm gonna say is we have the song info, right? Like if we have the song info, and if the song info, so it's gonna have like an album, it's gonna have images, which is gonna have like a URL, right? So this is the song image thingy. I'm just gonna say if this is there, I want an image tag over here. The image tag is going to be hidden by default, but it's going to be visible in larger screens, right? So anything above a mobile. and it's gonna have a height of 10, width of 10, and we're gonna give it a source which is going to be exactly this, right? So this stuff here, copy paste. We don't even need this anymore. And so this one is a flexbox, right? So this is the first item, first child inside the flexbox. The second child is going to be a div, and inside this div we're gonna have two things. The first one is basically going to be if there is song info, right, it's going to be the name inside it, right? And the second one is basically going to be like the artist name. So for now, over here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say artists 0. So the first artist, I'm gonna add its name over here. I'm gonna style this up a little bit. So I'm just gonna say font color white, right, and text small. And this one is going to be font color gray. So this, and then I'm gonna say an even smaller text, right? Okay, let's go back over here and see what's happening. We already have like some error over here inside the sidebar. Okay, okay, there's something happening within like the playlist object is not loading up for some reason. Over here, the playlist should be an empty state, but it's okay. So there's like something happening over here, and we'll sort of like get to that in a second. For now, I think I'm pretty sure the problem is somewhere with like the tokens. I'm just gonna go back, log in with my Spotify, and see if that resolves the issue. It does. So we know that there's some problem with like the refresh token mechanism, for example, because it's been a while we've been coding and the access token must have expired, and the refresh token maybe like there's like some type or some bug over there. For now, I'm just gonna click and open up this, right? And if I click on anything like this, you can see it shows up over here, right? I click on cradles show up. I click on and on shows up, right? So this is basically the playlist view communicating the selected track ID back to index.js, which communicates it to player component, right? And it fetches the details and shows it over here. But it still does not play anything, right? And we're going to deal with that right now. So till this point, everything is going to work just fine, even if you don't have a Spotify Premium. But one odd thing about Spotify API is that if you want to actually play songs, right, you're gonna need the premium. The premium is, I know a lot of you watching this are gonna be students, but basically you can get like a week of Spotify's premium service for like the price of a pack of chips, right? So it's pretty cheap, and at least for the purpose of learning and experimenting with Spotify API, I think that's a worthwhile choice. So go ahead and just basically um, purchase the Spotify Premium for like 1 week, right? And that's gonna serve you the purpose of like building all of this play pause functionality over here, right? Like, and yeah. So assuming you have that, I'm gonna get back to our code and basically I'm gonna get over to player.jsx over here. Okay, now what I want to do is basically go over here and say, okay, we have the currently playing, get currently playing function over here, right? Okay, what I am going to do is first up, I'm gonna add like an if condition over here. This is because there can be a number of reasons that this returns a true or false response, right? And in this case, I just want to basically log do for response from currently playing, right? Um, and one reason could be the Spotify premium thing. The other reason could actually be a lack of an active device, right? So what happens over here is like you're gonna need an active device with your Spotify in order for you to be able to play anything through Spotify API. What does an active device means? Well, the simplest way of doing that is opening up your Spotify in your phone or in your desktop, right? Your browser or the desktop app, just playing something and and pausing it, right? Um, and that basically turns this device into an active device, so you can actually now play things over here. But okay, we're just gonna get back to what we were doing, and this also needs a return, by the way, because nothing should happen after this. And we're gonna get back over to here, right? So once we have this, I'm gonna just return this data, right? Now, we have fetch song info, we have get currently playing. I wanna go over here, right? And I'm gonna basically say const data is await get currently playing, right? And over here, I'm just gonna say set global. We don't have it. Do we have it here? Yeah, we don't have it. Okay, we're gonna have to. We're gonna need this setter function inside our player component as well because we're gonna be setting some songs, setting the current song using from inside the player component as well. So I'm just gonna paste it over here, paste it over here. Now we're passing it in, right? You can go inside the player object, put it over here inside the props, and now we can access it. So we're gonna get back over here. I'm gonna say set global current song ID, and this is basically going to be data dot item, I believe, dot ID. Let's check. Go back to Spotify, developer documentation, close this. The response is gonna have like a device and all of the stuff, context, we don't need this, and then it has an item. The item is gonna be basically a track object. So yeah, data.item.id, right? Pretty straightforward so far. Um, okay, so we are over here. This is okay. Now, what I want to do over here is just so I want to do one more thing over here, right? We basically need to display the play or the pause button depending on the state of the song that is loaded into the Spotify player, right? And in order for that to work, we're gonna need that state over here as well. So what I'm gonna do is go over here, create a state that says global, what do I say? Is track playing. Set global is track playing. I'm gonna set it to false. All right, now I'm gonna pass this. I'm actually gonna pass at least this one inside the playlist view, right? Because when you click on a song, we want the is track playing status to change. Go inside playlist view, add it over here, go inside, pass it inside the song component, go inside song, add it over here. And then over here, when we're setting the track ID, we're also setting, let me just do this over here in line, right? We are also setting this to true, right? Now, I'm gonna go back to playlist view, save this, go to our player, right? Over here, what I want to do is go over here and I want to pass these two objects inside the player. So global is string set global is structing equals this. we're gonna go over here and paste this as well. And then we'll basically copy these two because we're gonna go inside the player component and extract both of those values from the props, right? So now we're over here and this is okay. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna say is playing, right? Why are we doing that? Because when we check this data, we actually get something called is playing, right? If something is currently playing, returns true. So we're gonna go over here. If this is true, we can set is track playing to true, right? And what we can do over here is await fetch like song info over here. And over here we can just say data dot item dot id, right? This is done and this should actually set things straight, right? Okay, so we're gonna do one more thing over here, right? So first of all, there's two things that I want to do next. Number one, if I click on something, right, this, I want it to start playing right away, right? And the second thing is I want this play pause button to work, right? That's gonna leave us with like a fairly functional first half of the Spotify clone app, right? So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna go inside the song component, right? Like, and this function is kind of getting like a little bit bigger. So I'm just gonna extract this out. I'm just gonna say play song, right? And inside over here, I'm gonna pass track.id, right? And I'm gonna go over here and define this function over here, right? I'm gonna say async function play song, and it's gonna have a track ID inside of it. And in order for this to work, we're gonna have to say await over here, async over here, right? Now over here, I'm gonna do these two things, but I'm also gonna do a couple of other things. So the one thing that we want to do over here, right, is actually play the song. And the way to do that is we can go back to Spotify's documentation and we can say, hey, start, resume, playback. We're going to use this endpoint. It's going to be a simple put request, right? And it's going to basically, we're going to pass in the URI of the song that we want it to play. And it's going to return a simple 204 response, right? So this is how we do it. Const response await fetch this endpoint, right? Over here, we're going to need the header, and for the header, we're also going to need the session object. So let me just copy this, right? Paste that over there, and where's our header? Here it is. We're going to go over here, paste it, right? And before this, I'm also going to add method put, and over here, I'm going to say JSON.stringify, and over here what I want is basically URIs, which is going to be an array, and over here I'm just going to say okay, we actually need like the entire track object over here, right? Because yeah, this is fine. We're gonna go over here, set this, go over here, and what I want is not track.uri, right? What is track.uri? Basically, anywhere inside like a track object, for example, the one we get inside over here, what you can do is you can Go inside the response. You can go inside tracks, go inside items, go inside track object, and over here you're gonna find an ID and a URI, right? So this is what we need for playing the song. Okay, so this is sort of done, right? We don't have anything to do with the response right away, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's also gonna need like one other thing, right? We're gonna have to check if we have session object and the access token, right? And now we can go back, open up a playlist, go over here because we haven't imported use session. Go back, open up a playlist, click on this, right? And nothing really happens. Let me actually console log something. So over here, this is sort of done. This is done. I'm gonna just say console log response dot status, right? Right. This is okay. I'm gonna go and basically inspect element console, click on a song, and it says 404, right? Okay. We have some problem over here. We're gonna go to play or start resume. This thing, close all of this. Okay, 404 is actually really weird. So what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna check a couple of things over here. We have a put request. We have the headers in place. And we have this in place. This all seems pretty okay, right? What I'm gonna do is two things. One, I'm gonna go over here and like play and pause this just to make this device active. Then I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna refresh this. Go over to my playlist. Click on this. Okay. And we can actually even pause this song from our actual Spotify player, because we haven't implemented the pause button in our clone yet, right? But as you can see, if we click on a song, it starts playing now, right? The other thing that we need is the play pause button now. So we're gonna go to player.jsx, right? And we're gonna deal with this button over here. First up, what we are gonna do is we're gonna display play and pause button depending on this, right? Global is track playing. So we're gonna go all the way down over here, wrap this up, and just say global is track playing, right? And if this is true, what I want to do is basically have the pause circle icon in place. Otherwise, I want to have like the play circle icon, right? I'm just gonna click on this over here. I'm gonna go over here. And this is okay. The other thing that I want to do is basically handle the play and pause, right? And for that to work, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a function over here all the way over here, right? So I'm gonna create an async function called handle play pause. What it's going to do is if there's a track that's playing already, right? We're gonna basically we're gonna use that track. We're gonna just pause that track, right? If not, we're gonna play the track that's currently on the player, right? And if there's no track, we're not gonna do anything at all. Um, right, so I'm just gonna put all of this over here, right? What I want to do first is use this function again, right? Like, so this is the function we're gonna use to get some data. So const data is await get currently playing. And we're gonna say if data dot is playing, right? We need to pause the player. And for that, what we can basically yeah, we're gonna get rid of this in just a second. For now, let us ignore this, and I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna say pause playback, right? So this is the endpoint, and it's again a simple put request, right? And it's gonna return a 204 response when the playback is paused. So we're gonna go over here and we're gonna say, okay, we're gonna pause, right? So we're gonna say const response is await fetch this URL over here. And we're gonna actually wrap all of this up over here so that we don't actually do this when we don't have a session object, just to sort of keep things a little bit in check, right? And we are going to add this header as usual. Go over here, paste this, right? So this is going to be for pausing, right? If this is not the case, we're gonna have to play, right? And if you're playing, we can actually go ahead and click over here and we can use the same play thingy, right? Because these are not really important. These are not really mandatory. Like, they're important, they're not mandatory, they're optional, right? So what you can do is we can basically just go over here, right? Like we have this thing already in place. We can just copy this, go to player, right? Go to our function, paste this, remove this, right? And we have like the play endpoint in place, right? And now what we can do is we can go over here, somewhere here. We can just say on click handle play pause. Pause, right? I'm just thinking why handle play pause. This sounds fine. This sounds fine. Okay, we're over here. Just copy this, go over to the play icon and paste this as well, right? We're gonna do a bunch of things. First of all, I'm gonna go over here and like make this active again, right? So that we have like a smoothly functioning. I'm gonna refresh this, right? Now let's go over here and play something, right? Like I'm gonna play this one. Okay, so the pause doesn't seem to be working, and we're gonna get to why that's happening. So I'm just gonna click inspect, go to console, because I can see there are a bunch of errors over here. And you can see fail to load resource. The server responded with status 4 of 5, which is okay. We're gonna get to why that is happening, right? We have a bunch of other things, right? Each child should have a unique key. We're gonna okay, where is this happening, by the way? And okay, we'll see where check the render method of song. Okay, we're gonna go over here. We're gonna fix these one at a time. Okay, this is where it's happening, right? So we'll just add a key over here. Right. I don't actually want to place a key over here because this is an empty tag. So okay, let's sort of like deal with that a little bit later. But for now, Um, okay, let's close this, refresh this. Now I want to see what's happening over here, right? So I think because it's unable to show this song, there's like a bunch of other errors also happening over here. I'm gonna go to the networks tab, right? And I'm gonna refresh this. So we have session all in place, right? Volume is really too damn high. I'm just gonna reduce this. But okay, I got a sense of what is happening over here. First of all, the play button is working, right? It starts the song, it's just not showing everything over here. And we're gonna have to deal with that right now. But apart from that, right, like, so what really is happening over here is we're gonna have to go to player.jsx, right? And over here in the handle play pause function, we're gonna have to do like a couple of other things, right? So first of all, we had data, we basically ran into this condition, right? So we sent a put request, but this is not really all we want to do, right? If response dot status equals 204, which means the song has started playing, we need to set global is track playing to this is going to be true, right? And we're gonna say global current song ID, right? So this is the current song, and the way this is gonna work is if you go over here, currently playing track, and check the response, right? So we have a device, we have a context, we have an item, right? The item actually contains all of the data related to the song, including the ID. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say data dot item dot I don't know, like ID, right? And see what happens over here. But before that, let me just walk you through what I think is going to happen, right? Based on this code. So first of all, when play is clicked, it's going to start playing the song, right? And it's going to set this to true, which means the pause button is going to be visible. And it's going to set the current song ID, which means the details of the song should be visible over here, right? And we're also going to, once we click the pause button, I want this is track playing to be set to false, right? And this is when response status is 204, right? This is pretty okay, right? We have the pause, everything else seems to be fine. So let's see if this works, right? I'm just gonna reduce the volume a little bit because I don't. All right. I hope you can hear that in the screen recording. So we have the song playing. We're gonna. We are still unable to pause it. So what I'm gonna do is there's something happening with like the pause button, with this pause API actually. Let me just go back to pause playback, right? It is put request to be. Oh, I know what's happening. We haven't really added method equals put over here. This is why it is not working. Um, okay, so we can just sort of like go over here. We can test this out now. So let's play royalty over here, right? It starts playing. The button changes to a pause button. I click pause, it pauses. I click play, it plays, right? Pretty awesome. We actually have a functioning Spotify player now, right? Like, and we can click on songs and um, just play them, right? Awesome. Um, okay, so this sort of like completes what the player is going to be about, right? And now we can move on to like some of the other sections. So right now we have the player file. I'm just going to close all of these like files that we are not dealing with anymore, right? Um, awesome. Okay, so we are sort of done with like the playlist view, and what I want to do next is I want to basically cover the like the library view, right? Like, because I think this is relatively straightforward, and it's gonna basically like the components that we're gonna use inside of this are also gonna be useful in the search results, for example, and like other elements here and there. So, um, okay, let's start with like the library over here, right? And what I'm gonna do over here is like I'm gonna start with like a couple of things. Um, First up, we're gonna go back to so I'm gonna close this. We have all of these things in place, so I'm gonna close this as well. I'm gonna go to index.js, and we already have like a library component being rendered over here. So I'm gonna just type in library at least for now, right? I'm just gonna say flex grow height screen, right? Now I'm gonna click library, right? And it shows up library. You have this library button being highlighted, right? Which shows that you're in a library. You can go back to your playlist. You can switch back to library. And this is what we are going to fill up now. So in order for us to do that, we're gonna go ahead and like do some other things first, right? So first we're gonna copy these two things, which is the header and the logout button, right? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over here and copy these two. I'm gonna delete everything inside the header, and I'm also gonna remove this stuff because we are not dealing with opacity over here. And I'm gonna import this icon, right? There seems to be some problem over here. Oh, we don't have a session object. So I'm just gonna copy our good old use session hook over here. Oh my god. Save. Go back. Click. Use session is not defined. Okay. Import use session from NextAuth React. Save. Go back. Click on library. We have this now, right? Like the image is not loading for some reason, but we're gonna refresh that. And we have like the header bar at least in place, right? And so what I'm gonna do is first up, I'm gonna remove this background color from the header, right? Because I'm actually also gonna remove all of this stuff, right? Because we don't need it. We're gonna keep it like empty for now. Um, and now if we go back, it's like an empty header over there. And what we can do, um, okay, so this is sort of okay. This is done. This is done. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a div over here, right? And this one is basically going to contain all of the UI for our library. So we're gonna do what what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it a flexbox, direction column, and give it a gap of 4, right? And then we're gonna say we have like some padding, and we're gonna give it the full height and allow it to be scrollable, right? Now inside of this div, we're gonna actually create a heading, right? And this one is going to say playlists, right? And I'm gonna add some class name over here, so it's gonna be NextXL, and I want font bold, right? And below this, I'm gonna create another parent container of Flexbox, right? And this one is going to have flex wrap as wrap, right? Um, and we're gonna say gap of 6, and we're gonna add some bottom margin, right? Just to get over that player section. Now over here, what I want to do is iterate over our playlists, but for that to work, we need our playlists first. And we've already done this before, so I'm just gonna go over here and like copy all of this stuff, right? And I'm just gonna paste it over inside our library. So over here, right? We don't actually need this at all. So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna iterate over my playlists, right? So playlist.map gives a playlist, and I'm gonna basically say over here another div for each playlist. I'm gonna assign it a key, which is going to be playlist.id, right? And it's gonna have an on click as well, but we're gonna get to that later. First, I wanna basically define like some of the UI elements, right? So over here, what I want is class name equals to, I want cursor pointer, right? I want relative group, right? So this is an interesting utility class from Tailwind. I'm gonna explain what happens over there in just a second, right? So I'm gonna give it like a fixed width of 56. I'm gonna give it like some bottom margin, and I'm gonna give it a background color of this gray color, right? And if you hover on it, I want the background color to turn a little bit lighter, in fact, even more light. And I want some border radius and some padding. Cool. So we're over here now, and okay, use state is not defined, right? Import. Now what I want to do over here is I'm gonna open up this, right, like your library, and I want to basically implement these cards, right? So the interesting bit in them is this play icon, right? Like this play button that sort of like animates or transitions into visibility when you hover on the card, right? So if you hover on this parent card, the properties of this play icon actually changes, and this is exactly why we're gonna need this. Okay, where did it go? We're gonna need this class, right? Like this group class, right? And I'm gonna show you how that works, right? Um, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna deal with that. Okay, let me do two things, right? One, I'm gonna add the image first, right? So that we have some content over here, right? Okay, let me just delete that and check what's going on first, right? Like we have this stuff, all of this stuff. This is cool. I'm gonna go to my index.js. We have the library component, click on library, use effect is not defined. Okay, gonna go back to library, import use effect from React. Gonna go to library, and now we have these boxes, right? Like I wanna fill these up first before we get to the animations. So in order to fill them up, I'm gonna define an image tag, right? And this one is going to be pretty straightforward now because we've been doing this for a while. So what I want over here is like a width of 48, right? Because we had like, I guess like we had 56 over here, and then we have like a padding of 4. So 56 minus 8 is 48. Okay, height 48, right? And we're gonna give it some margin at the bottom. Source equals playlist dot images 0 dot URL, right? Next up, we're gonna need a p tag. Inside of this, just gonna basically say playlist dot name, right? Straightforward. I'm gonna define another p tag. Over here, I'm just gonna say by. I'm gonna say playlist dot owner dot display name, right? I'm gonna style both of them up. So playlist dot name is gonna have font size of 16 pixels, right? It's gonna have white text. It's gonna have some bottom margin, a width of like 32, or I guess we can keep it like 48, right? Same size as the image, truncate. Over here, I'm gonna say text small, right? Text neutral 400 for the gray color, and large bottom margin W48 truncate, right? This sort of completes the setup. I'm gonna go back and we can see we have these beautiful cards over here, right? Like, and we have some bottom margin so that the last row of cards actually gets over the player over there, right? But what's missing is the animated play button that comes into picture when we hover on these cards, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna adjust that, right? So this one, okay, not this one. I'm gonna go over here. Okay, so this one, it has like this group class and it has position equals to relative. We're gonna use both of them, right? So I'm just gonna go over here. I'm gonna create a div. Inside this div, I'm gonna basically add the play icon, right? This one. I'm gonna give it some class, so h of 6, w of 6, right? And I'm gonna say text is black, right? The other thing I'm gonna need is we will put this position absolute, right? And we're gonna have to add a bunch of things over here. Okay, so let's sort of go in one by one, right? Like first of all, the opacity by default is 0, right? But when you hover on the parent, right, which is this one, I want the opacity to increase. And the way that works is we defined this utility class over here called group, right, in the parent container. So now we can write group hover, group dash hover, right? And now I can say opacity 100. So it's going to basically go from opacity 0 to opacity 100 when you hover on this one, like this element, right, which is the parent card. All right, so that's one thing. Now I want transition. So I want to basically, I don't want it to jump between those two opacities. I want it to smoothly go. I'm just gonna say transition all, ease in and out. I'm gonna set the duration of the transition to 200 milliseconds. And I'm gonna add like a shadow over here. Gonna give the shadow color as well. Then what I'm gonna say is like we have absolute position. This is fine. So I want set of 10, right? And I'm gonna say edge of 12 and W of 12, right? I'm gonna make it a flex box to center um, this display icon inside of it. So flex item center, justify center, right? And I'm gonna say rounded full to make it like a complete circle. And I'm gonna give it a nice green color as the background. So I'm gonna pick this one, right? And then I want another transition to happen. So if we sort of go over here, we can see that when we hover on these cards, um, the icon actually moves up by a little bit, right? So what I'm gonna do over here is I'm gonna say it goes from like top 156 pixel to group hover of like 148 pixel. Now where do we get these values? Well, this time I got these values through trial and error. Right, so I'm gonna go over here. We can see that the play icon now shows up, right, everywhere. And this 148 pixel and everything is actually from, so for example, if I set it to 140, it sort of like goes a little bit too up. And so if you set it to 148, it sort of like lands in just about right. And that is exactly how I ended up with those pixel values, right? Like you can experiment on your own. But yeah, these are looking pretty damn good now. And the only thing remaining in these cards and in this library section is the ability to open up these playlists, right? So I'm gonna add an on click over here and I'm just gonna say select playlist. I'm gonna pass in the playlist object over here. So over here, I'm gonna go and create a function called select playlist, right? And what this is going to do is so we're gonna have to do two things. One, we're gonna have to set view to playlist, right? The other thing is we're gonna have to set global playlist ID to playlist.id. Right, now we don't have these two inside our library object, but we're gonna change that right away. So what we need is set view and set global playlist ID. We're gonna copy these two, we're gonna go to our library component, add these two as props, right? And we're going to basically go over here and take them up from the props. So set view, set global playlist ID. Right now, if we go back over here, we not only have these playlists, but we can actually click on these and it opens up, right, this playlist, right? Like you can basically scroll through it, you can play songs from it, all that regular stuff, right? Okay, so we're gonna go back to library and this page is sort of pretty much done, right? It's a nice little view of like all of your playlist, all of the users' playlist, basically. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build like the search page next, right? And in order for me to do that, what I'm gonna do is I'll just go over here and we are going to fill all of this up, right? So right now we don't have much over here, so I'm just gonna write flex grow edge screen, right? Like this good stuff. I'm gonna say it like this. So we have like the search component already inside our index.js page, right? And if we go on search, we can see the component loading up, right? We can see the search page, basically acquiring all of the space left apart from the sidebar, right? And I'm gonna basically be doing a voiceover from this point on because my earphones got messed up and like all of the remaining audio um, got messed up along with it, so I'm just gonna do a voiceover for the remaining portion of the video um, as I watch myself code, right? Okay, so basically, um, right now what I'm gonna do is fill out everything that's gonna go into our search page, right? The first thing I'm going to do is basically copy the header as well as the logout button, right? Because that's really going to be more or less the same, right? The header is going to have a search bar over there, but the positioning and everything is going to remain the same. So I just copy that down, right? And for the logout button, we are actually going to need like the session object as well. So we're going to have to import that with use session. But before that, because we're going to add some content inside the header, we're going to make it into a flex box and add item center and add some horizontal padding over there, right? And now I'm going to essentially code the search bar over here. So the search bar basically is going to consist of like an input field, right? And we're going to give it some class names. So it's going to be something like W96 for um, like around 380 pixels of width, rounded full because we want it to look like a capsule, right? We're going to give it a background of white, and we're going to basically add some padding to the left because that is where our search icon is going to come into picture, right? We're going to set the font color to dark gray, right? Neutral 900. The font size is going to be 16 pixel, and we're going to add some padding on like the top and the bottom, right? And we're going to keep everything else the same. We're also going to do an outline, set the outline width to 0 pixels so that we don't have to see the outline um, inside our UI, right? And now as you can see, we have like the session object is not defined, so we're going to have to basically get that session object from the use session hook, right? So over here, I'll just copy that same line from our library component and paste it over here, right? And we're gonna have to import the use session hook from NextAuth. So that's done. Now, so basically we have like the playlist object is essentially undefined at the moment. And this is actually happening because of like an error with the refresh token, a typo in the refresh token function that I'm going to fix pretty much at the end, right? So for now, we can just log back in and everything starts working again, right? And for the search icon, we can basically just import the magnifying glass icon from Heroicons, right? And give it some class names to set the height and width and its position as well. So it's going to be an end position absolute. We're going to position it such that it basically falls towards like the starting portion of the search bar, right? Height of 6, width of 6, and we're going to give it like this gray color, right? And now we basically have the search bar, we can type in it and all, and that is working just all right. But now we're gonna basically we'll be defining some states, right? Because search page is gonna have is gonna be keeping track of like a couple of things. So the first one is going to be search data, right? Which means And this is something that's going to be updated as you type into the search bar, right? So we're going to fetch the search data from Spotify API. At the same time, we're going to need like an input value and a set input value, right? Because this is going to be used when we start um, getting, because we want to use like the value inside the input element, right? And we're going to also define a reference, right, using the useRef hook. The reason we're doing that is because like we want to, when the user clicks on search, right, and they arrive at search view, we want the input element to already be in focus so that the user can start typing right away, right? So we added that ref for that purpose, and we're gonna also add like value and on change uh, the set the value as well as set the on change function, right? The on change function is actually going to do two things. One, it's going to set input value to whatever has been typed inside the search bar. And second, it's going to basically go and call the Spotify API and get some updated search data, which is why I'm adding an async over there inside the onChange functions, and I'm going to do and await update search results, and I'm going to pass all of the text inside the input field over there, right? Now, update search results is something I'm going to define, and it's going to use the Spotify API. But first, what I want to do is basically use the reference that we defined, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say like input ref dot current dot focus, right? And I think that should work. We're also going to need to, oops, we're also going to need to add input ref as a dependency for this use effect. Okay, so now as you can see, we click on library, we click back on search, and we are already ready to type, right? The update search results function is not defined, so it's throwing an error. But now we're gonna implement just that, right? So update search results is gonna have a query, and what it's gonna do is use the Spotify search API endpoint to get results, right? Get some data. So we're gonna go to the documentation, Spotify API documentation, and go under search towards the endpoint that says search run ID, right? So this basically needs two things, right? Like the first one is going to be the query, right? Whatever you're searching for. And the other one is basically going to be type, right? Like type basically says, hey, what do you want your results to consist of? Do you want artists? Do you want playlists? Do you want tracks, right? And we're gonna go with artist, playlist, and track for now, because those are like of our immediate interest, and that is what we're going to be implementing in our search page UI as well. So now I'm going to just copy this endpoint, right? And I'm going to say const response equals await fetch. And I'm going to add the endpoint, and we're going to add some new URL search params, and over here we can write q, and it has the value of query, and then we can add type, and it's going to be an array that consists of those keywords, right? So we're going to add artist, we're going to add playlist, and we're also going to add a track, right? So it basically says, hey, if you search for something, anything, right? You want Spotify API to give you back relevant artists, relevant playlists, and relevant songs, right? I'm gonna basically copy paste the header needed to interact with the API over here, and then const data equals await response dot json, right? Now, um, So as you can see from the documentation, the response basically consists of a bunch of different objects, right? So we are interested in artists, playlists, and tracks. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store all of this response inside search data, right? So set search data, and we're gonna pass in data. And so now we're gonna basically fill out the rest of the content of the search page, right? And the way we're gonna do that is in like two different components. Number one, if the user has searched for something, right? So you have some search data, we are going to display that search data in a certain format. If not, we are going to display the featured playlists from Spotify, right? So that it doesn't look completely blank and empty, right? If you haven't searched for anything. And for that, we're going to create two components inside our component directory. One is going to be featured playlist.jsx, and the other one is going to be search results.jsx, right? I'm going to fill it up with like some um, not this, like the template code over here, right? And now we can go back and basically replace the what we had written down with like these components, right? So featured playlists if search data is null, and search results otherwise. And we're gonna pass in all of the information needed inside both of these components in the form of props, right? And they're gonna basically dictate what is visible in our search page, right? So first we're gonna work with like the featured playlists, right? Because they are pretty straightforward and they're pretty similar to the library that we just coded, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy like um, this section over here, basically the code where you display all of those playlists in those cards, right? And I'm gonna paste all of that over here, right? And I'm gonna basically be using pretty much the same code with like different data because over here what we want is like featured playlists, right? Um, we're gonna paste like the session as well as like the playlist state and import everything like the use session, import use state. We're gonna also copy paste like the select playlist session function because it's gonna be used for basically um, loading the playlist if the user clicks on it, right? And we're gonna take set view and set global playlist ID from the props, right? Because that's needed uh, for the playlist to get loaded. And now we're gonna go to Spotify documentation and go over to the featured playlist API endpoint, right? And this one is again a pretty simple, straightforward get endpoint. We're just gonna paste that over here, and this one requires like I'm just gonna add like some query params over here. So new search params, and over there we're gonna add country and US um, in quotes, right? We don't really need to add anything else over here, and it's basically gonna give us like a playlist, um, or like this object where we're gonna have like playlists, and inside playlists we're gonna have like the items, which is gonna be a list of those playlists. So we're just gonna add data.playlists.items over here and see how that goes. Right. So we have all of these functions in place pretty much. Um, there's okay, there's like closing tag missing. We're gonna import the icon, um, the play icon, right? And everything else is pretty much gonna remain the same. We're gonna change the heading from playlists to featured playlist. And now we're gonna go over here. We need to, okay, we haven't imported use effects, so we're gonna go over that. And boom, we can see all of the featured playlists from Spotify. These are actual featured playlists from Spotify. We can see them beautifully rendered in this UI, right? Like in all of these cards with the little play icon animations because we are basically using the same component as our library, right? Like the code that we have already written. And if we click over here, it says set view is not a function, and that is because we haven't passed in set view and set global playlist ID inside the featured playlist component. We're gonna do that in just a second. So we're gonna copy paste these two props into our search component. We're gonna go inside our search component, um, take those values out from the props, right? Set view, set global playlist ID. We're gonna go down to featured playlists, and over here we're gonna pass in those same props, right? Now we can come back over here, and now if we click on any of the playlists, they get loaded up. We can browse through all of their songs. We have the nice background gradient at the very top. We have everything similar to how we had for our own playlists, right? And we can also, for example, like play songs, and all of that functionality remains the same, except for the fact that these are now coming from featured playlists, right? So this is looking pretty good, and now we're gonna go into like the search results, right? Which is basically how are we gonna display whatever data comes from Spotify endpoint when you search for anything, right? Um, okay, so now we're gonna basically take a look at what happens in like the actual Spotify web apps, right? So we have the search page over here, and what really happens is we have like a bunch of different sections, right? Like we have a top result which shows like the top playlist over there. We have a bunch of top songs over at the right? And this top result card has like a slower transition duration compared to like the other cards. And we have playlists and things like that, right? Like over at the bottom. So we're gonna be coding up something really similar, right? So we're gonna go to our search result component, right? And we're gonna start off with uh, basically some class names, right? So first up, we're gonna need like flex call, right? We're gonna have like some gap over here. We're gonna add some horizontal padding, right? And we're gonna give it the entire height of the screen, and we're gonna make it scrollable, right? Now, inside of this, we're gonna create a bunch of divs, right? The first div represents the first row inside the screen, and we're gonna set it to display grid and give it two columns, right? Why are we giving it two columns? Because if we go back, we can see that there's basically two sections in the first row of search results, right? And so we're gonna give it like grid calls two, and inside over here, now we're gonna have to basically define what goes inside those two columns. For the first one, we're gonna create a div, give it some vertical spacing, right? And I believe I'm gonna actually come back and wrap this up in another div, but for now, basically, I'm just gonna define two divs, right, which represent the two columns, right? And we're gonna start filling in the first column with the top result card, right? So first of all, there's gonna be a heading. This one says top result. We're gonna give it some styling. Um, the text Excel font bold, right? And then we're gonna go below it and create a div, right? Now this one, okay, so this one is I'm gonna write down some classes to sort of ensure that it looks like the card that we saw in the actual Spotify um, web app, right? So you can see that the transition is like a little bit slower. When you hover on it, the play icon and the opacity changes a little bit slowly, right? Like compared to other cards. And we're gonna take care of that. But first, we're gonna add like position relative group for the hover effect. We're gonna give it a height of 64, 100% width, gray background, and we're gonna have like a slightly like one shade lower gray background on hover, and we're gonna give it some padding. We're gonna make it a flex box, flex column. We're gonna give it a gap, add some border radius. So this is like a border radius of 8 pixels, and we're gonna say transition duration 500, right? So this sets the transition duration to 500 milliseconds as opposed to like the 200 milliseconds over in other cards, right? Now, what I'm gonna do is I think so. This basically represents the top result card over there, right? But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wrap it inside another div, right? And this div, I'm gonna give it some padding from the right hand side. So I'm gonna give it height of 64 and like a PR of 8. So this basically creates this gap between the song list and the card, the top result card, right? Now I'm gonna go over here, and over here, what we wanna do is, first up, we wanna have the play icon over there, right? So we can see that the card is already present in our search results, right? But I wanna add like the play icon that appears smoothly and slowly on when you hover on this card, right? So for that, we're gonna instead of coding it from the scratch, we're gonna copy like the play icon div from our featured playlist cards, right, and paste it over here, import the icon, and then we're going to tweak certain things, right? First thing we're going to tweak is change the duration from 200 to 500, right? And then we're going to go and change the positioning, right? So instead of saying, hey, this is like at top 156 pixels and like right 6, we're going to say this one is at bottom 6, and when you hover on the card, right, so group hover, we are going to set it to bottom 8, right? And we're going to also set right 8 as like the second part of the positioning. So now we can see that the play icon smoothly appears, right? Like beautifully appears as we hover on this card, right? And now we're going to actually fill out the rest of the card, right? Um, for filling out the rest of the card, we're gonna actually need some data, right? So we're gonna have to pick some pieces from the search data that we received from the Spotify API, right? So first up, I'm gonna basically add like a playlists object in the props, right? And this is something we're gonna pass in from our search component, right? Search.jsx. But for now, if there is a playlist object, what I want to do is basically I want to pick the top playlist, right? Which is going to be the first um, object inside of the playlists array, right? And we're gonna use that to fill up this card. So we're gonna give like we're gonna declare an image tag and give it height 28, width 28. We're gonna keep it completely we're gonna give it like some border radius, right? And I'm gonna basically add source as playlists of 0 in dot images of 0 dot ul, right? So this is the first playlist, and we're gonna use their first image for this card. Over here, I'm gonna write playlist 0 dot name, right? And we're gonna give it text 3XL, right? So a large text, and we're gonna give it like font weight of 700, right? Then we're gonna go below and we will basically add the owner of the playlist, right? Their name. So we're gonna say by, and we're gonna add playlists 0 dot owner dot display name, right? And we're gonna basically set this to like text small, um, and we're gonna add text neutral 400 for the gray color, and we can basically save this and go back over here, but the data is not there, right? Like we haven't passed in any playlist information inside the search results components, right? So we're gonna fix that. So we'll go back to our search.jsx, right? The search component. And we're gonna pass in a playlists prop over here, right? So playlist props is basically gonna come from the search data, right? And we're gonna just write search data dot playlists over here. And why are we doing that? Because basically, we're gonna have like the search results are gonna contain like this playlists objects, and it's gonna have like these items inside of it, and each item is gonna represent a playlist, right? So we're gonna just pass in that array inside the props, and now we have this card ready, right? Like we have the top result showing up with the relevant image and the relevant text. Now, what you're gonna do is display the top songs for this search query, right? Um, right. So this, okay, we actually missed one little thing, right? There's a small capsule that says playlist over there. So what we're gonna do is we'll just add that over here by using a span, right? So we'll just say playlist, and we're gonna add some styling to make it actually look like a dark capsule, right? So we're gonna say rounded full, right? Then background of like dark gray color, and we're also gonna add like text white and font bold, right? And I'm also gonna give it like a margin on the left to keep it a little bit separate from the owner details. And we're gonna give it some vertical padding and some horizontal padding. Now we have a caption over there, right? Like looks much better. Um, so this card is pretty much done, right? This was like the first column inside our grid over there, right? Okay. So now what we're gonna do is we wanna basically work on the like the top songs, right? Which is the second column inside our grid, right? It's gonna be the right side, right section. We're gonna copy the same heading over here, and we're gonna just change it to like top tracks, top songs, right? Um, and over here, now we wanna basically display the list of these songs. And what we're going to do is we're gonna create a div, right? That's gonna contain all of these song items, and we're going to basically set flex and flex call. And over here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna basically iterate over these songs that we receive um, in the props of the search results component, right? So we're gonna basically say songs.map, and um, we're gonna return everything that is needed to basically display that song over there, right? Okay, so now we're gonna basically add a div, right, as the starting point. We're gonna give it a key equals to song.id, right? And we're gonna give it some class names, right? So this one is going to have cursor default, right? We don't want any of that text cursors, right? We'll give it full width. We're gonna give it a height of 16, and we're gonna display top four songs. So we have like height of 64 in on the left hand side. Top four songs are gonna basically match like that exact same height, right? And we're gonna give it some padding on the horizontal side. Give it some border radius. We're gonna make it a flex box and add items center, and we're also going to add a gap of 4. And on hovering, we want there to be like a gray background, so we're going to add PG neutral 700, right? Now once this is done, we want to actually start displaying each song. So we're going to start off with like an image tag. It's going to have a height of 10, width of 10, right? And we'll also basically add the source as song.album dot images, the first image dot URL, right? um, and this is because if you sort of like go back um, to
to basically the search endpoint and go through the response, right? There's going to be a tracks object that's going to have like an items array, and each track object inside the items is going to have like an album, and each album is going to have an image images array, and each image is going to have a URL that we are going to use to basically render the image for each of these songs. Next, I'm going to create a div and like add two things inside of it. One is going to be song.name. The other one is going to be basically the artist of the song. And for like this particular case, I'm just going to pick the first artist's name over here, right? And I'm gonna basically style it up. So I'm gonna say text small and text neutral 400, right, for that gray color. And the other thing that we are going to need over here, so this is all inside our flexbox, right? So the other thing that we're going to need over here is like this child is going to basically have flex code. So it's going to occupy pretty much all of the remaining space, right? In the row or the container that represents each song. We're gonna basically add a couple of things over here. So the first one, we're gonna declare a p tag and add text small, text neutral 400, and over here we are basically we're basically going to display like the duration, and we already know how to do that because we've done that inside our song component. So I'm just going to copy paste the exact same thing. And for this to work, we are also going to need our millis to minutes and seconds function. So we're going to go over to our song component and copy this over here as well. Ideally, we can move this function to a separate file, right? And just import it in both places from over there. That's basically the best way to do this. But for now, I'm gonna just copy it over here to make things function, and we're gonna get to code optimizations later on, right? Over here we have like songs is undefined, so we're going to pass in songs, right? So we're gonna say songs equals search data dot tracks dot items, right? And we're going to click save, and now we have all of these songs being returned in the search results, and we only need top four, by the way, right? Like we have that long list over there. So the easiest way to fix that is just to add a slice. So I'm gonna say songs dot slice 0, 4, and then gonna map it over, right? So now we have top four songs, and it matches perfectly with the height of the top result card. So this completes our first row, and we're gonna add like the other stuff below it now, right? So we are basically we are basically going to this was basically the div that we had set to display grid, right? This was the first row. We're going to create another div below it, and this one is going to contain like the rest of the search results, which include like the artists and the playlists, right? So I'm gonna basically, to keep things consistent, I'm gonna basically add the same vertical spacing over in this div. We're gonna actually use the same styling for the heading as well, right? So text Excel and font bold, right? And over here, I'm gonna say artists, right? So we're gonna display all of the artists that are returned from the search endpoint over here. Now, below this, what I want to do is something very similar to what we had done in our featured playlist and in our library, right? Because we already have like this code for the cards, right? For those cards where you're displaying each playlist, right? But first, I'm gonna add artists inside the props, and I'm also gonna add playlists, right? Because these are both pieces of data. So pieces of data that we're gonna need um, we're going to need to display inside our search results component, and we're going to basically pass those in over here. So we're going to say search data dot artists dot items, right? We're also going to add playlists. So search data dot playlist dot items, right? There seems to be an error, and that's because we already passed in playlists over here. So we're going to delete that, right? And we're going to go back to our Spotify documentation and just check if everything is exactly as intended, right? So artists have like an artists dot items that we are passing in. We're gonna go back over here, delete the extra duplicate playlists props, and now we can go over here and iterate over our artists and display them in their own cards, right? First, we're gonna declare a parent div, and this one is gonna be flex wrap, right? And we're gonna give it a gap of 4. And inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize very similar um, cards similar to what we have in our featured playlists, right? So we're going to say take the top 4 artists, artists dot slice 0, 4. We're going to map over it, right? And over here, we are going to return the cards that represent each artist, right? And yeah, so it's gonna have a key equals artist dot id, right? And we're gonna give it some class names. So these class names um, are basically gonna be pretty much the same as what we have over here in our featured playlists, right? So I'm just gonna basically copy all of these class names, right? And we're gonna copy this instead of typing them all out, right? And then we're gonna basically um, fill in like the rest of the information the inside this card, right? And the way we're gonna do that is we'll basically go back to our featured playlist and we're gonna copy this entire section, right? Which basically represents everything related to the playlist, but we're gonna tweak it and we're gonna change it so that it displays like the data related to the artist, right? So we're gonna go back over here. We have the play icon already imported. Yep, we do, right? And now we're gonna go all the way down, and it seems like we have missed something. Uh, okay, so we have basically um, incorrectly copied everything. So we're gonna copy paste the rest of the information over here as well. And now we can basically change this to represent the artist, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna change this playlist over here to artist, right? Because each artist is also gonna have an array of image objects. And we're gonna also add a rounded full over here because we want the image to be a complete circle. We're gonna add artist.name over here, right? And over here, instead of displaying the owner name, we're just gonna write artist, right? And now we can go back and see that we have like this um, we have the cards that represent artists um, uh, being beautifully displayed, right? So these are the artists that are being returned inside the search results when we type NCS in this case inside the search bar, right? Now, what I'm gonna do is there's basically a small scroll issue over here, and I think I have an idea of why that is happening, right? Um, Let me just take a look, right? Like we have featured playlist and everything over here. This section is inside search.jsx, which has the height of the screen. This is pretty standard and similar to all of the other views that we have. Okay, it's pretty much the same. We're just gonna compare this to like featured playlists, right? Because they seem to be scrolling just fine, right? And we are pretty much using the same class names over here, right? If we go back to search results, and we look at like the top level div, it has the same class names, right? So we're giving it a height of the screen. We're adding overflow y scroll over there. Um, okay, so what I'm gonna do now is basically we're gonna get to that scroll issue in just a bit. We're gonna solve it. But first, I'm just gonna finish up like adding all of the search related data. And the other bit of data that we need is basically like the playlists, right? And for the playlists, like the playlists being returned from the search query, it's pretty simple because we've already rendered the playlist cards so many times now. Right, so we're just gonna add a parent div with some spacing over here. We're gonna add a heading with text Excel font bold, and we're gonna just say playlists over here, right? And inside this, we're gonna create like a container for all the playlists. This one is gonna be flex wrap cap of 4, similar to the artists container, right? And now we can basically just copy the playlist, like the cards that represent the playlist, right, from featured playlist, right? So now if we search for this, okay, we have like the scroll thing working fine, and we can basically see that we have like songs, artists, and everything, and then we have like below artists, we have all of the playlists being returned from the search query. We have basically all of them being displayed over here. We don't really need all of them. So I'm just gonna, at least for now, restricted to the top 4. So we're gonna just add dot slice 0 comma 4, right? And now we basically have this. And in order for playlists to show up, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add like a bottom margin over there, right? Um, yeah. So now we can basically see all of the playlists as well. So our search data is all getting displayed right now, right? Like we have the top result, we have the songs, we have the artists, and we have the playlist being displayed as well for any search query directly from Spotify, right? Um, Now I'm gonna do basically as um, so what I'm going to do now is and none of these items right inside the search results are clickable right now, right? If you click on them, nothing is going to happen, and we want to basically include that functionality as well, so that people can click on the like on the search results, and they can actually, for example, play songs or check out the playlists or check out the artists, right? For that to work, we're gonna start with like the playlist, right? So in order for the user to click on a playlist and load it up, we need two props, set view and set global playlist ID. So we're gonna just pass them inside the search results component as well, right? Similar to how we did it in the featured playlist component, right? And we're going to basically go back uh, to go back to our index.js, and we're gonna copy these two props like set global current song ID and set is track playing, right? These two are used to play a song when a song is clicked on. So if the user clicks on any song inside the search results, we want that song to be loaded in the player, which is why we are basically passing in these two props inside the search component first, and then we're gonna pass those same two props inside the search results as well, right? Um, so basically, we have set view and set global playlist ID for loading the playlist, and then we have like um, the set global current song ID and the set global is track playing for basically playing a song. So over here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna basically declare an on-click function that basically we're gonna take it up from like our playlist view, right? Um, oh, sorry, from our song component, right? Like because that is where we have the function for playing a song. So we're gonna copy this function as it is over here, and where we basically have like this global current ID and global is track playing over here as well. So this function is going to be able to work. Um, or oops, okay, we actually pasted this inside the search component, but what we want is we want to put it inside the search results component, right? Because that is where the songs are. So we're just going to paste this function over here, and in order for this to work, we're going to have to pass the two props, right? Like we're going to have to first, so I'll just declare the session object first and get its value from the user session hook, right? From NextAuth. And next, I'm going to basically change this on click function um, to play song, and I'm going to pass it song over there, right? Um, okay. And now what I need is I need to actually pass in these props over here, right? I want these props to be inside my search results component over here, right? So that we can actually play the songs and change the state inside the player over here. So I'm just going to paste all of those props over there. And then I'm going to add like the two remaining props. So I'm just going to say set global. I'm actually gonna just copy it from over here instead of typing the whole thing again. So I'll just copy the two lines that represent global current song ID and global is track playing and paste it over here. Save it, go inside search results, and yeah, now we basically have like all of this in place, right? Um, The other thing that I want to do is basically create this function that says select playlist, right? And this is a function we've created before, right? So what this does is it takes like a playlist ID and it's going to basically change the view to playlist view, and it's going to set the global playlist ID, right? So if we go over here, we can actually just copy these two lines. So set view playlist, and we already have like set view and set global playlist ID over here. We're going to go all the way down over to our on click functions, right? And we're going to add select playlist over here, and we're going to pass in playlist.id. And if we sort of take a look inside our library component, what we can see is we are actually, instead of passing the playlist ID, we are actually passing the entire playlist object. um, we can do it actually either ways, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to just to keep things consistent, do it the same way, right? So instead of playlist ID, we'll pass the playlist object, and over here in the search results, we are going to pass in the playlist object as well, right? Now, if we go down and if we, okay, so we are going to need to add a little bit extra padding over here. So I'm just gonna go over here and increase this to 48, right? Yeah, now we can scroll all the way to the last row of playlists in the search results, and it's neatly positioned above the song player, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add like an on-click function on the top result card as well, because that also represents a playlist. I'm just going to pass in playlist 0 over there. Um, and okay, so the reason this is happening is because we haven't declared a function. We've literally just called it directly inside object. Now, if we search for this and we basically click um, on like any of these playlists, right? Okay, this playlist seems to not have any image inside one of the songs, which is why this is breaking. So now I'm just gonna make that image optional, right? I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna basically like some of the tracks don't seem to have images, which basically breaks this image tag. So what I'm gonna do is I'll just basically conditionally render this, right? So I'll wrap it up within curly braces and I'm gonna say, hey, if this track has like images, right? If it has images, then I'm gonna render the image, otherwise I'm not gonna do it. But as you can see, if we click on any of the playlists inside the search results, we can open it up, right? And it opens up in the exact same playlist view, right? Um, and we can even click on the top result and it does the same thing, right? Um, the other thing that I want to test is I want to basically just play and pause my actual Spotify for a bit to make this my laptop an active device. Now, if I click on any of the top songs, you can see that the song starts playing, right? Um, and I think like there's like an issue with my screen recording. You might not be able to hear this song, but as you can see at the bottom left, right, like if we clicked on Mortals and like that song is loaded into the player and it's actually playing over here, right? And next up, what I want to do is basically if I click on any of the artists, right? If I click on any of the artists, I want all their details to be displayed just like this, right? So if you take a look at the actual Spotify app, each artist has their own page, right? Like this page basically has um, like the top part is actually similar to a playlist view, right? We have this gradient thingy with like some heading and text, and we have like the top songs, right? And then we have like a bunch of other things. So we're gonna add like the top songs and the related artists in our artists view, right? And um, in order for this to work, so we already have artist component in our index.js. We are actually going to need like a couple of extra things, right? So the way this will work is first off, we wanna basically use the code from our playlist view component because the top part of an artist view is very similar to a playlist view. So I'm gonna just, as a starting point, I'm gonna start copying some code. I'm gonna start copying some code from playlist view.jsx. So first up, I'm gonna copy like this colors array, right, which represents all of the different colors. And we're gonna randomly show them up in the background gradient, similar to how we do it in playlist view, right? I'm just gonna open up artist.jsx and playlist view.jsx side by side, and now I'm gonna paste in colors. I'm gonna go back and I wanna basically um, So over here in playlist view, we have like a bunch of props. We are going to need some of them, but not all of them. So I'm just going to copy it for now and then change it later, right? So instead of global playlist ID, what we really need over there is like a global artist ID, right? But we're going to get to that in just a second. For now, I'm just going to copy these states, right? So we have this session object imported from use session hook. We're going to import the use state hook, and we have like a state for the color, and we have like we don't really need the playlist data state. And I'm gonna copy this function for the change opacity functionality, right? Because we're gonna be needing the same functionality over here. We want the header to slowly appear as we scroll down. So we're gonna copy that. We're gonna go over here and we'll just copy like the use effect as well, right? And we're gonna have to change this use effect a little bit because we are not really interested in playlist data, but we are interested in like everything related to the artist. So I'm gonna just copy both of these use effects, go back to artists.jsx, paste them both in. All right, I'm gonna change this to like global artist ID, right? Because it's gonna be dependent on the global artist ID, right? Um, so basically, if the artist changes, we want like a different random colored gradient to show up, right? Similar to how it was working with like different playlists. So over here, I'm gonna declare global artist ID inside the props as well. Um, and basically, instead of fetching all of this information about a playlist inside the use effect, what we're gonna do is we're gonna fetch a bunch of data regarding the artist based on the artist ID, right? So I'm going to comment all of this for now. I'm going to go back to my index.js file, and we already have declared the global artist ID over here, right? Like we had declared it because we knew we were going to use it to show or to determine which artist is being selected, right? And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in all of these props, right? So I'm going to copy paste the same props from playlist view, change global playlist ID to global artist ID, right? Um, I'm gonna basically say set global artist ID equals set global artist ID, right? Because each artist page is gonna have like related artists as well, and if they click on any of the related artists, they should be able to change the global artist ID so that we can get the details of the newly selected um, artist, right? So I'm just gonna add set global artist ID over here in the props as well, right? And I'm gonna get into how we basically fetch all of the information related to an artist. So we're gonna go back to Spotify documentation. We're gonna go into artists, and over here we have like a bunch of things. We have an endpoint for getting the top tracks of an artist. We have an endpoint for getting the related artists, and we also have an endpoint for just getting general information about an artist, like their images, their name, their followers, things like that, right? Um, and this one is like a simple get request again. So we're gonna start with like this one. Like let's start with like some general information over here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically replace this playlists endpoint with the artist endpoint. So I'm gonna add a dollar over here and just say global artist ID, right? Um, and we're gonna set this to a state. So we're gonna declare a state over here called artist data, set artist data, and use state, and we're gonna initialize it with null. We're also gonna declare a state for basically all of the top tracks of the artist. So top tracks, set top tracks equals use state and an empty array. We're gonna say we're gonna also declare a state for all of the related artists, right? So related artists, set related artists equals use state, and initialize it with an empty array, right? So now we have all the states we need over here. We're just gonna go over here and say set artists data and fill it up with the response that we get over here, right? Now we're gonna also have to fetch like top tracks and related artists. So, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna declare, um, I'm gonna put all of this code inside in like a function, right? We don't even need to pass in like the ID because we already know it's the global artist ID, right? It's a prop inside this component. So I'm just gonna copy all of this, paste it over here, right? And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say return data, right? And it's gonna basically return the all of the information about the artist, right? And what I can do is I can simply say like await get artist data, and we're gonna set we're gonna basically put the returned value inside set artist data. Right now I'm gonna declare another function called get top tracks. Right, this one is going to use the top tracks endpoint to basically get the top tracks of the artists, right? Just the formatting seems a little bit off for some reason. Okay, okay, I just had forgotten to save. So we're gonna go to Spotify documentation. We're gonna go to the top tracks endpoint, right? And over here, what you really need is basically we're gonna need the artist ID again. So what I'm gonna do is I'll first copy the same code over here, right? I'm gonna basically copy this endpoint and we're gonna change the API URL over here, add a dollar and change this to global artist ID, right? Everything else is pretty much the same, and it's gonna basically return this tracks object, and that is gonna be an array of track objects, right? So um, so each object inside the tracks array is going to represent one of the drop tracks. So I'm going to just say data dot tracks over here, right? We're going to return that. And okay, I'm just going to leave tracks for now because I want to just check what the data, what do we really get back over here, right? And what I'm going to write is set top tracks await get top tracks, right? And it's going to basically set the top track state using whatever is being returned from that function. Right now, I'm going to go to my playlist view. I'm just going to copy pretty much like all of the HTML over here. We're going to import the song component. Um, and we're going to import the icon, right? And over here, we're now gonna change some things, right? Because we already have like the artist data and the top tracks. So first of all, let's change um, let's change some of the details, right? So inside the header section, right, where you have the background gradient, I'm just gonna write artist instead of playlist, right? And we're gonna change playlist data to artist data over here and over here as well, right? That's and we're gonna change it over here as well, right? Now, I'm gonna also add like a rounded full over here to make the image circular, right? And we're also gonna change playlist data to artist data over here and here and over here inside the image source as well, right? Uh, Now we're gonna go over here and instead of like iterating over playlist tracks, we're gonna iterate over the top tracks over here, right? So what I'm gonna do is just write top tracks dot map,
right? And um, this one does not really like it has like each item already is a track object, right? And yeah, so what we're gonna do is we already have like the ID over here, so we don't need track.track.id, we just need track, right? And we're gonna pass in track inside the song component as well. Now um, we're gonna go back over here and what I'm going to do is in order for us to basically start checking out this page, right, the artist page, um, we basically need to go inside our search results and we need to basically make the artists clickable, right? And the way that is going to work is we are going to need this prop set global artist ID inside our search results, right? Because if someone clicks on an artist on the card for an artist, right, we should be able to set the global artist ID and change the view to artist view so that the details about that artist shows up. So we're gonna go ahead and pass this global artist ID equals set global artist ID inside our search results. We're gonna add it to the list of props over here as well. And now we're gonna go and create another function like select playlist. We are going to call it select artist, right? We're gonna set view to artist and we're gonna say set global artist ID to artist.id. Right now we're gonna go down towards the cards that represent each artist and we're going to add an on click function, and this is simply going to be select artist and we're going to pass in artist, right? So now we can click on like any of the artist over here. Okay, we have not imported use effect. We're going to go back to artist.jsx, import use effect, and we're going to go ahead search. Okay, we don't have global playlist ID. Okay, we need to switch. We have the global artist ID over here, right? Okay, we need to change global playlist ID to set global artist ID. And shuffle is not defined, so we're gonna have to import shuffle from Lodash, right? A bunch of imports missing as we copy pasted some of our code from the playlist view. We're gonna go back, click on the fat rat, and top tracks dot map is not a function, right? So okay, so the way I think there's basically like a difference in the way we are expecting the tracks data to get returned, right? And the way in which um, the API returns that data. We can see that data.tracks is also not working. So I'm just gonna add a console log over here, right? Because I wanna see exactly what is being returned over here. So I'm just gonna write top songs. I'm gonna say data over here, right? And I'm gonna just return like an empty array for now so that there is no error, right? Now we can go over here and click on like an artist. The artist page does show up, but we're gonna have to debug what's happening with the tracks. So if we click on top songs, we see that there's like an error. Okay, so the request is actually failing because we haven't added the country parameter, right? So if we go to Spotify documentation, we can see that there's like this market, like, right? And this is supposed to contain a country code, so we're just gonna add that real quick. So we're gonna say new URL search params, and we're gonna add basically market, and we're gonna add US over here, right? Now if we go back, um, we basically have the top songs coming in, right? So I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna return data dot tracks over here,
All right, I'm gonna close this one and click on the factored, and now we have the song. Right now we have all of these songs similar to the playlist view. So all of these songs related to the artist over here, right? And these are all inside the same song component, right? They all use the same song component that we use inside our playlist view. So it's being displayed in the exact same way with like the exact same functionality, right? And the header bar also shows up in the exact same way. Now what I'm gonna do is we already need like the top 5 songs, right? We don't need more. We don't need all of the songs. This is not like a playlist of all the songs from the artist, right? You can also see that the play icon appears on hovering because we're using the exact same song components. We're gonna go over here, and what I'm gonna do is first of all add a slice, right? So slice 0, 5 to only display like the top 5 songs. That is done. Right now, okay, so we're gonna get back to like the rest of the rest of the artist page, right? So over here, I'm gonna add another function, get related artists, right? Because we want to display all of the related artists inside this artist view as well. I'm gonna copy all of this, right? And I'm gonna go to the get related artists endpoint, right? And over here, it's again a simple get request. We're gonna change the URL, right? So I'm just gonna replace all of this with the related artists endpoint. We're gonna add a dollar over here and say global artist ID. And we don't really need anything other than this. We don't even need these params, right? So we're gonna get rid of that. This one has like an artist object, which is basically an array. So I'm gonna write that data dot artists over here, delete these console logs, right? And then I'm gonna say set related artists to await get related artists, right? Okay. So what I'm gonna do is now we have like all of the related artist data inside one state. So what I'll do is I'll basically go down here and add another div, right? Like this div is basically going to contain the cards or the UI for all of the related artists, right? So we had given like a bottom padding of 28 over here to basically overcome the height of the player at the bottom. I'm gonna add that over here. I'm gonna say this is like a flex wrap. I'm gonna give it some gap, right? And now inside this div, we are going to add all of the information about the related artists. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna go ahead and do is we're looking for basically we're gonna add like a section that displays the related artists, right? And it's gonna be very similar to what we had in our search results where we were displaying this row of artists, right? Like row of cards which represented artists corresponding to the search query over there, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'll basically be reusing some of the code from over there. And over here, I'm just gonna copy the heading, right? And I'm gonna say top tracks because like we hadn't added a heading over here. Okay, looks like we're gonna need like some padding over here. So I'm gonna just add px8, which makes it consistent with the rest of the tracks. We're also gonna add some bottom margin over there, right? Just to keep things neat and spaced apart. right? And um, the other thing that I want to do over here is basically, so I'm gonna use the space y4 class, right, that we were using otherwise as well. And I'm gonna just remove the margin bottom, and now it's like um, um, it's gonna be easier to maintain the consistency across like the other sections, right? So I'm gonna just wrap um, the flex wrap container that we just made within another div with space y4, right? And over here, I'm gonna copy the heading, and I'm just gonna say um, related artists. And now that the heading is in place, we're going to basically be adding cards below that heading, right? And to add the cards, we already have the code over here. All we need to do is copy it from our search results page and paste it over here, right? Now we want to basically import this play icon, right? And we have like most of the other things in place. Instead of artists, I'm just going to write related artists because that's where the data is. The other things are pretty much the same, right? The only other thing that we're gonna have to change, right, is gonna be the on-click function, right? So the on-click function basically, um, what it does is it basically sets the view to artist view and it sets the global artist ID, right? So we're gonna go over here and I'm just gonna add global artist ID over here, right? And as we go over here, okay, we need to fix the padding over here as well. So I'm just gonna add px8 over here, and now it looks consistent with like the rest of the page. Um, okay, cool. So now what I'm gonna do is if I click, yeah, the other thing that we should probably notice is like the header behaves the exact same way it did in our playlist view because we basically reuse the same code, right? And if I click over on the on any of the artist card, it doesn't seem to be changing the content of my artist page. And I wanna just figure out why that's happening, right? So, okay, we have our use effect. Um, can I'm just gonna inspect element for a second, right? Just to see if there's any errors happening or anything like that. Nothing. There doesn't seem to be like an error, right? But it's just not loading the new content, right? So we have this. We're changing the global artist ID, and this should we're passing in artist dot ID, right? And this should basically be triggering like the fetch data related code, right? Like everything else is pretty okay. Um, we have the artist object should have like the ID in it because like the rest of the content, their image, the name is getting populated, right? Um, Now we have the set global artist ID over here, and we are basically using it inside our use effect, right? So if we sort of like, um, so if we sort of scroll all the way up here and just go through the code once again, right? What's really happening over here is we have this card, we are setting the global artist ID. We go up and um, we have this use effect. This function is going to get triggered when the global artist ID changes, right? And I mean, since I'm doing a voiceover, I can see where the fault is at. We have the set global artist ID over there in place of global artist ID under the use effect dependencies. Um, it feels a little bit funny seeing this in retrospective, but this is what happens when when you're coding, right? So okay, I found it out. Basically, I had to change global artist ID to set global artist ID to global artist ID, right? And now everything is working. If I click on Tobu, we have the data related to Tobu. If I click on like I don't know, like anyone over here, if I click on any of the artists, that ID shows up. The other thing that's missing is basically all of these songs have their artists listed down, right? And if we click on them, like we should be able to open the artist page, right? That's the expected behavior. That's not happening at the second, and we're gonna fix that in like right now. So we're gonna do two things over here, right? Number one, I'm going to move this on click function, right? The function that basically plays a song when you click on it. I'm going to move it to from like the entire container, right? I'm going to cut it from over here and paste it inside the play icon, right? The play icon that becomes visible when you hover on the song. And over here, I'm going to add another on click function on like each of the spans, right? Each span that basically has the artist name. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say select artist, and I'm going to pass in the artist over here, right? And then we already know what's going to be there inside the select artist function. It basically, we will need to set the view to artist, and we will set the global artist ID, right? We have this in place now. In order for this to work, we need set view and set global artist ID inside our song component, right? So for that to work, we're gonna have to pass it down from index.js. So we're gonna copy this stuff, right? And we're gonna pass it down to um, playlist view, right? Because that's like the immediate child of our home component, right? Inside index.js. And we're gonna take those values out from the props, right? So set view, set global artist ID, right? And now what I'm gonna do basically is I'm gonna go over to song component, right? And I need to pass those two values, those two functions, basically those two setters down to the song component, right? And I'm gonna just remove the select artist function from over the playlist view. I don't know why I pasted it over there. I'm gonna put it inside the song component, which is where we need it, right? I'm gonna go back to my playlist view. I'm gonna copy these two and paste it in like the props of the song object as well, right? I'm gonna go back to playlist view. I'm gonna basically what I'm gonna do is I want to pass in set view and set global artist ID. So I'm gonna copy paste these two lines into the song component. Right now we're done sort of with this, and this should basically enable us to click on the artist names listed beneath the song. So if we click on EG Zord, the page for EG Zord opens up, right? Like, and we have like the related artist, the top tracks, everything, right? Pretty cool. If we click on any of the artists over here, right, and the artist listed right under the song name, it's not gonna work because we haven't passed in the same props over here in this song component, right? So I'm gonna paste these two over here. Just make sure we have set view and set global artist ID over here. We don't, so um, uh, we're gonna have to pass it down to the artist component over here. So we'll just go over to our artist component inside our index.js file, paste it over here. We're gonna go back. Now if I click on EGZord, we open up the page for EGZord. If I click on VQS or Maestro, right, I'm gonna click on Maestro. We have the page for Maestro over here. If I click on VQS from related artists, it's gonna open up the page for the related artists, right? Um, yeah, so that sort of like that bit completes up the artist uh, related functionalities, right? So we have a fully functional artist page, which shows you the top tracks and the related artists. And you can basically click on the artist name anywhere in like under the song name or inside the search page, right? And you can click on any of this and you will be opening up the relevant page, right? For example, over here, we went to a playlist, we click on an artist name, we clicked on like the related artist, and we are basically navigating through seamlessly, right? Um, we so just to sort of like sum everything up, we have like this nice library page, right? Library basically shows us our own playlist, and we can basically do everything that we were doing with other playlists over here as well. And I think there's like one or two small things left in this build, right? The first thing is basically we want to implement the logout functionality, right? Like we have a logout button everywhere, but if you click on it, nothing is going to happen because we never implemented logout functionality. So we're gonna go back to NextAuth documentation, and over here we can see logout is actually pretty simple, right? If you import the sign out function from NextAuth, you can just use that in like the on click of your logout button, and it's gonna log you out, right? What that means is you will no longer be able to access a session object, right? That contains your access token and all of your user details and things like that. So I'm just gonna copy this over here. And what I'm going to do is we have the logout button in a number of places, right? So we are going to go over them one by one, right? So we're going to go to playlist view right over here. And this is our logout button. So I'm going to paste it over here. We don't need the sign in. We need the sign out, right? So I'm going to import sign out from NextAuth, right? And I'm gonna basically copy it over to the two or three other places, right? So I'm gonna go to my search view, right? The search component. I'm gonna paste it over here and import the sign out function, right? And now I'm going to basically go over to my library view, right? The library component. I'm gonna go over to my logout button and import the sign out function from nextauth/react package. I'm also going to do the same thing in my artist component, right? So paste and import sign out, right? Featured playlists and search results and all of that stuff basically are not direct. They don't have like logout buttons inside them, right? So this is basically one part of it, right? Like so this is basically NextAuth logging you out of your session, right? The other thing that we want to do is if a user does not really have like an active session, right? If the user is not logged in, if they're not authenticated, we want to redirect them back to the login page automatically, right? And this should be happening anytime a user tries to open up your app, right? So the way we are going to do this is with something called NextJS Middleware, right? So this is why so um, this is where I want this is one thing I want all of you to take away from the video, right? Like when it comes to building apps like this, you don't really have to memorize all of the code or anything like that, right? All you need to know is what you need to Google for a specific functionality. For example, if we want to redirect users based on the request that they are making on your app, right? You are going to be using like one good way of doing it is using Next.js middleware, right? And so you just Google Next.js middleware and go through their page and then basically modify things as per your own requirements. So what I'm going to do first is we're going to create a file called middleware.js, at the root of the project, right, as written down in the instructions. We're going to copy this like starter code over here. If you're not using TypeScript, I'm going to delete these types, right? And um, it says over here that this function can be marked async if you're using await inside, and that is exactly what we're going to do, right? So we're going to add an async over here. I'm going to comment this out for the moment. And the other thing we need is like matching paths, right? So what middleware does is it basically anytime a user makes a request to your app, right? If they're trying to open your app, if they're trying to hit some of your APIs, anything like that, the middleware function basically processes that requests and decides what's going to happen. So you can basically, for example, redirect the user based on what you find inside the request, right? Now, what we want to do is like we don't want to apprehend all of the requests that come to our app, right? So we go down here and it gives us like a neat explanation, right? Like match all request paths except for the ones starting with like API and static files and image optimization files and things like that, right? So this is exactly what we need, right? We don't. So what we're gonna do is instead of the matcher that we have over here, we're gonna copy paste this enhanced matcher over here, right? So the middleware function is not gonna be used unnecessarily, right? Now over here, um, we're gonna have to basically check if the request is coming from an authenticated user, right? Like from a user that has logged in through their Spotify account. And the way we can do that is we have like some utility functions provided by NextAuth for this very purpose, right? So what I'm gonna do over here is so we have like the request object, right? The request coming from the user. So I'm gonna just say const token equals await get token, right? And get token is basically the utility function from NextAuth, right? And it takes in essentially like two parameters, right? One of them is the request, and the other one is basically a secret, right? And this is, we already know that our secret is stored in our environment file under the name JWT underscore secret. So we're just gonna pull that up over here so that we can extract out the token if at all there is a token over here. Now we're gonna also extract out path name from request dot next URL, right? Like this is the format in which um, the um, the request comes in, right? And what we're gonna say is if path name includes API slash auth, right? This is basically the authentication URL. Or if the path include, or if we have like a token, right? If you can find a token, a valid token inside the request, what we're going to do is we will leave the request as it is, and that is being done by return next response dot next, right? Otherwise, if you don't have a token, right, and the path name is basically not equals to login. So if the user is trying to access anything other than the login page and they don't have a token, then we will basically redirect them using the code that they had already given us in the example. We're just going to change this about to route to login, right? Slash login. This is where the users are going to get redirected to. And I'm just going to change this variable name over here. And if nothing else, it's gonna basically default to just leaving the request as it is, right? So now we have the middleware set up, right? If we go back to our page and if we click on logout, you're gonna see that we automatically get redirected to the login page because we no longer have the session, right? Like we have we have gone out of our session, right? And we have logged out, so we are no longer an authenticated user. And in that case, middleware basically says, hey, you're gonna have to go back to login page, right? And I'm gonna just add a couple of classes over here just to make this login page look a little bit better, right? So I'm just gonna say text white, add some padding, and I'm gonna add like some border radius and a background. Like I'm gonna keep it green, right? I'm also gonna just add like a font weight over here.
right? Now this looks much better. So we have a login with Spotify button, and what I'm gonna do now is if we like I'm already logged in inside this browser with my Spotify account. So I can just click on this, right? Log back into my Spotify clone. If I click on logout anywhere, I am redirected back to the login page because I am no longer allowed to access the application, right? So this is actually pretty cool, and this sort of like um, completes like most of the stuff over here. So we have like the library, we have like all of our playlists and everything. And I think there's just one small thing um, left over here, right? Which is basically this weird scroll, right? Like the entire screen is scrolling for some reason, and it's basically scrolling of roughly by the same amount as the height of the player. And what we can see over here is we've actually placed the player and the parent div outside of our main tag, right? And that is what is causing this problem, right? And now we can go back over here and you can see like the scroll is no longer working. Only the things that are meant to be scrollable are scrollable, right? So you can basically scroll through your library, you can scroll through your featured playlists, um, and you can basically do all of that stuff, but you won't be able to unnecessarily scroll inside this web app, which is exactly um, what we wanted, right? So okay, so this pretty much finishes up everything that we have over here. The only thing that I think I've left out is just making sure that we have like the right refresh token mechanism in place, right? Because we noticed that while we were developing this for the past few hours, sometimes the requests started failing, right? And that tells me that, hey, maybe the refresh token is not working as intended, right? So I'm just going to take a look at this code over here. So we have the refresh token over there. I'm also going to add like an extra check over here. If we have the access token expires, then we're going to make this comparison, right? And check if the access token is valid. But we are also going to forcefully check if the refresh access token is actually working or not, right? And how do we really do that? Well, so ideally, we call this function basically when when an access token has expired, right? But we're gonna call it pretty much forcefully now, and I wanna just make sure I'm gonna console log this and just make sure uh, to see what is really being returned over here, right? So what I did is I just commented out those few 3 lines of code which basically check for a valid which check the access token for the expiry value, right? And now it's going to refresh the access token every single time, right? It should at least ideally be refreshing the access token every time we try to get hold of the session object, right? Or we try to log in, for example, right? Now, what's gonna happen um, is, okay, I can't see any of the logs, right? I can't see any log with respect to the refresh access token. Uh, okay, so the refresh access token was actually an async function, and for some reason I forgot the await over there. So I'm just gonna add that over here, and I'm gonna click through a couple of views just to see if we can see the logs now. And we are unable to see any logs, right? So I just wanna see what is going on over here. Um, so what I'm gonna do is I'll just put like another console log over here just to see what's happening, right? So I'm just gonna put this over here, and this function should get called over here, right? Like it should get called every time JWT callback is being called, which gets called, by the way, whenever you
whenever you sign in, right, or whenever you try to get hold of the session object. So I'm just gonna put another console log over here just to make sure what's happening, right? I'm gonna save this and go back to my terminal, right? I'm gonna click through like a bunch of things and like go to search some stuff, right? Okay, so this is weird. For some reason, we are unable to see any log, right? Like anything with respect to this. I'm just gonna restart my server once just to see if that changes anything, right? And I'm just gonna click through like this artist page and oh, it just refreshed. Okay, so now we can see the JWT and we can see refreshing access token, and this is the refreshed access token, right? So the refresh access token endpoint is working correctly. Like we have new access token, we have the expiration value and everything as expected, right? And basically, if that is working fine and we are able to make requests to the um, basically to the Spotify API using this refreshed access token, then everything should be working fine. And how do we check that? We just add another console log just to make sure, just to keep it like 100% sure. We're gonna add another console log in the session callback because this is exactly where we're gonna be creating the session object. So I'm gonna click through a bunch of things. I'm gonna go back to my terminal and I'm gonna see what's happening over here. So we don't see any logs over here. Um, I'm gonna I'm gonna just log out of my Spotify once and log back in again, right? Click through my library and stuff. Okay, so now we can see the session object and the refresh token, right? So we have the exact same access token over in like the session callback that we received from our refresh access token. So that sort of seals the deal. That basically means our refresh access token is working fine. I'm going to remove these console logs and uncomment the lines of code that basically check if the access token is valid or not. And I'm going to remove this console log as well and this one as well. Right, so this is pretty much done, right? Um, what we have like, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play and pause like something in my actual Spotify web app, right? Just to make my laptop an active device for Spotify API. Now I can do like a little showcase of everything we coded in like the past few hours, right? So we have this a completely functional search page. We can see all of the featured playlists. We can go inside them. We can click on any of the artist name and it shows us an artist page with like all of their top tracks and related artists. We can actually search for anything, right? And we have the tracks, we have the playlists, we have the artists, everything being displayed in the search results, right? And all of this looks so neat, so beautiful. We can even play and pause any of these songs from anywhere inside our app, by the way. Um, Again, I'm really sorry, like the audio from the last roughly 2 hours got messed up, which is why you will be unable to hear any of these songs, and which is exactly why I'm doing this voiceover for this like last section, right? Instead of like giving you the raw audio of what I was actually saying over here. But basically, we have like everything pretty much ready, right? Like we have the artist page, and if you've been watching so far, I want you to give yourself a pat on the back because this was a long session and we've built out something really cool. I want you to like the video, subscribe to my channel for more content like this, and post your comments on how your build is going, right? If you're facing any issues, be sure to drop a comment. If you've completed something, be sure to talk about it. And you can also go to our Discord channel where there are like roughly 400 more devs working on projects like this, and you can ask your doubts, and it's going to be really helpful. Um, but yeah, this sort of completes the video. If you've been watching this far along, thanks a lot and see you in the next one.